Hey everyone, welcome back. Imagine waking up in a story where you're destined to die, envied for your beauty, but not truly loved. That's the twisted fairy tale Yeonwoo steps into after dying in her own world. Now trapped in the life of a woman marked by jealousy and betrayal, she must change her fate and discover the kind of love that goes beyond appearances. In this world of royalty, secrets, and second chances, true beauty may just be the key to survival. Stay tuned, because this tale is anything but ordinary. A long time ago, an alluring maiden who was considered the most beautiful woman in the Zionite Empire existed. Her figure seemed to be carved by the goddess of beauty herself, but her frame wasn't the main feature that captivated the eyes of men and drove women mad with envy. No other woman possessed silvery hair as long and silky as hers. Her hair complemented her rare porcelain skin. Her left eye was as black as the night sky with swirls of color closely resembling the finest royal purple silk. In contrast, her right eye was as brown as honey with tints of gold. For those who witnessed her beauty claimed that these exquisite eyes sparkled even without the sun shining down on her face, and that her sleek hair was indeed very luminous. She was ethereal. No one in that universe possessed her resplendent features. The beautiful maiden was called Kaelina, which means heaven. Kaelina was engaged to the crown prince of the great Zionite Empire. Unfortunately, her outer appearance did not match her inner self, for she was cruel and selfish. Kaelina did not know how to love and did not understand the differences between good and bad. Even Leith, the crown prince, didn't love her, and he abandoned Kaelina for another woman named Zavia. This woman was not a beauty, yet she melted the hearts of the first and second tyrannical prince using her gentle and good-natured charms. Filled with disbelief and jealousy, Kaelina brought chaos into the world, and the city became engulfed with flames. The second prince pierced Kaelina's heart and extinguished the fire which saved the city. The second prince himself wasn't the hero of this story and met a tragic death after his heart turned black from murder and Zavia's rejection. He was killed by Leith himself. Zavia then became a prosperous and benevolent queen alongside Leith, and they lived happily ever after. The moral lesson of this story was that looks do not matter, and one should always strive for a virtuous life. 2020. Somewhere in the Middle East, a woman was reading a fictional book she bought from a night bazaar. She was perched on a rock in a desert oasis and slowly reading the contents. There was a man sitting next to her with a loving smile plastered on his face. He brushed a strand of hair away from her face and asked, "What are you reading, Yeonwoo?" "A book of myths." "Read it later when we go back to Korea, and play with me," the man pouted. The woman looked up and smiled at his childish remark. "Sorry, husband. I just wanted to read a short story before heading out. I couldn't resist." "How was the story?" "Shitty." Confused, the man didn't ask why and lead his wife to their next destination. While they walked back to their hotel, a piece of paper secretly slipped out from the book and fell to the ground until it was buried in the sand. Maybe in another parallel universe, we are together. This was one of the last memories Yeonwoo recalled before boarding an airplane that crashed into the ocean. inevitably killing her and her husband. Yeonwoo reincarnated in a different life and began as a baby, except her past memories were still intact. She was very upset with this situation, especially since she loved her past life and lived very comfortably. She was a genius studying chemical engineering and entrepreneurship. She even experienced love and traveled the world with this man. Her heart ached whenever she thought about her husband now. She missed him dearly and spent the first few months crying as she realized she'd never see him again. I wonder where he is and whether he reincarnated like me. Yeonwoo seemed to have reincarnated into the past as a Middle Eastern woman. Soon after she was born, she was immediately moved to a dome building filled with Indian, Persian, and Islamic influences. This was the Zion Imperial Palace, and the entrance gateway made up of marble and Persian mosaic tiles greeted her. There were multiple golden cupola towers surrounding two significantly larger dome structures made of white marble. As she came close to these architectures, she could see the beautiful lotus inlays and calligraphy that decorated the palace. This palace complex included multiple pavilions surrounded by lagoons and exquisite works of marble fountains, statues, and pillars. As she entered one of the main dome buildings, she saw the ribbed vaults of the dome on the ceiling above and stared at the polygonal space in the center in awe. There were men and women dressed in loose-fitted garments gawking at her in surprise and disbelief. She couldn't help but stare back at the women covered in gold jewels and rich fabrics. They looked exotic to her. The people here possessed tanned skin with well-defined features. Their curly hair paired with brown eyes were different from how she looked as a Korean woman. Yeonwoo wondered if she was as beautiful as those women. She couldn't exactly tell which country she was in, but the only information she could gather was that she was somewhere in the Middle East and had reincarnated into the past. She safely assumed she was wealthy since she was living in this marvelous palace with servants taking care of her every day. Since she was a baby, she couldn't understand this foreign language, but she did figure out her name since the servants here continuously repeated this particular word whenever they were tending to her. They called her Kaylina. She was uncomfortable and dreading her future life since she had transitioned from a world filled with advanced technology and liberal beliefs into a conservative past filled with blood and war. Not to mention, there were no toilets or showers here. She decided not to dwell on this matter and tried her best to erase the discomfort and depressing thoughts. She continued to live idly as a baby in the palace until she was 5 years old. As she became familiar with this world and proficiently learned the language, she received various background information and could figure out her current situation. Her mother had died giving birth to her, and her father abandoned her at the emperor's palace as the crown prince's future fiancé. Although her father's abandonment might be considered as an exaggeration, he had never paid her a visit since she was born. Currently, she was under a strict schedule from tutors who taught her how to speak eloquently and have proper etiquette before being introduced to the emperor and crown prince. Strangely enough, her world felt oddly familiar, and she was filled with suspicion and contemplating whether she was the ethereal Kaylina from the Book of Myths she had read in her previous life. This foreboding thought was impossible, and so absurd that she immediately erased this idea. Despite denying this dreadful thought, she refused to look at her own reflection and strayed away from any reflective surfaces. She was very scared, especially since she could see her silvery strands of hair from the corner of her eyes. When Kalina was formally presented to the Emperor Michaeli's eye and the Crown Prince, she found out that she had indeed reincarnated into the beautiful Kalina. The Crown Prince introduced himself as her fiancé, Laith. Kalina couldn't handle the amount of stress overwhelming her tiny frame, and she fainted in front of the royal family. I guess it wasn't a myth after all. Yonwoo is now Kalina, but will be referred to as Celine as a nickname. There was a small pavilion hidden within the marble palace. One could only discover this pavilion by crossing an arched bridge that stretched from Kalina's residence to the east wing of the palace. Not many people came to this secluded area since it was too close to the east wing of the palace, where the previous concubine from Krasja had been brutally murdered. This was the Krasjan garden that the emperor has gifted her. Hibiscus and sakura flowers bloomed in the warm, spring air around the pavilion. This was a Japanese-style botanical garden, and the only spot in the entire palace complex that grew East Asian flowers and trees, which gave Yonwoo a sense of comfort and nostalgia. Not only did she care for these gardens, but she often reminisced memories from her past lover. Her lover had loved hibiscus flowers. Now, he was gone and she would never see him again. She had also left her single mother alone in that world. She couldn't bear to imagine what her mother's reaction would have been. Although she dearly missed her husband and mother, Yonwoo could only clutch the hibiscus flowers close to her heart and cherish her memories. Her new reality was cruel. Yonwoo was placed into a different time period with the knowledge of her impending death. This world was unfamiliar, and Yonwoo's mental health gradually deteriorated. Yonwoo's once lively soul ceased to exist, and her emotions turned numb and grim. Kalina sat near the shaded area of the arched bridge and watched the river flow peacefully. She looked almost celestial in her white dress, with silvery hair swaying in the wind as she peered down at the river to see her own reflection. A set of purple and golden-colored eyes stared back at her. They seemed to be sparkling. I really am ethereal, impossibly perfect, flawless. I'm more beautiful than Songhai Kaio, she thought. She was in awe of her small face, perfect nose, rosy lips, and flushed cheeks. She felt a surge of pride and satisfaction as she realized that she truly would grow up to be the most beautiful woman in the empire. It was truly a wonderful feeling. She almost forgot the pain of the past and the foreboding future when she peered at her own reflection. Celine. A tiny boy with ruffled, blonde hair called Kalina by a familiar nickname. She turned around and saw the Crown Prince, Laith. Although this little boy was merely 6 years old, the gold color from his cat-like shaped eyes shined brightly, and his blonde hair almost seemed to be translucent under the sun. He resembled a baby lion bathing underneath the sun. Laith and Kalina both appeared to be otherworldly beings when they were side by side. She often wondered why Laith and her were the only ones with distinct characteristics. The tutors told her it was because they were blessed by the gods themselves. but it genetically did not make sense to her. Their unique features were unsettling, especially since humans should not have purple and golden eyes, let alone silver hair. Ever since they were introduced to one another, he was immediately sent to her palace every day as a playmate. At first, Kalina was wary, or at least as wary as a 5-year-old could be, but Laith was far from her expectations. He was warm and pure. They got along quite well, and he even became attached to her. Now, she couldn't even imagine how this bubbly child could coldly abandon her in the future. Although Laith kept her company, he was also her only friend. Her father still hadn't paid her a visit, and she truly didn't care. Even the Emperor Michaeles, I was a terrible father, although Laith also didn't seem to mind his father's absence. Since she had Laith and his persistent visits, she was never too lonely. It was probably the same for Laith. Perhaps the original Kalina was an evil person because she received no parental guidance or love. Living in luxury and being treated as a princess could essentially produce a spoiled and arrogant adult too. Kalina was also living in a different universe altogether. These lands were similar to Middle Eastern art and history, but the countries had different names. Emperor Michaeles, I ruled over the Zionite Empire that stretched from Zax to Nur, which was the capital she was currently living in. Basically, the emperor ruled over all of the Middle Eastern lands. They owned major trade routes and was even considered the wealthiest empire due to their textiles and spices. What was even more shocking to Kalina were the supernatural beings that existed in this world. Next to her shadow, she could see a smaller shadow outlining a figure of another being. Sometimes this shadow hid in her shadows and disappeared from everyone's sight. The tutor had told her that this extra shadow was her familiar, and it would give her strength. Only royal family members and certain nobles had familiars, which made Kalina extremely lucky to have one. Kalina's familiar was a golden koi fish. As soon as the royal court officials and citizens discovered that her familiar was a fish, they started to look down on her and deemed her as a worthless beauty with the weakest familiar in history. There hadn't been a single person in history who had a fish as a familiar. The emperor had also laughed in his booming voice and remarked, as expected of a woman, "But since Laith is a lion, he will protect you." Kalina ignored their criticism and insults, for she knew what her familiar was capable of. She also avoided conflict since women were treated differently and could easily be killed and discarded without punishment. Therefore, she always masked her face so no one could see her distorted face. She also created a pure and innocent facade with the emperor and crown prince out of fear. Therefore, Kalina was always on guard and alert. She never let her true colors show. With an innocent smile, Laith asked Kalina, "What are you doing here?" Laith followed her gaze and saw their clear reflections from the river. They stood side by side and observed their angelic forms staring back at them. They wore matching, loose-fitted white garments, and the folds of the silky fabrics flowed elegantly against the wind, while the tall marble palace stood behind them. How majestic, she thought. "We must be blinding to others when we're together," Kalina said nonchalantly. Laith blinked and tilted his head as if he didn't understand, then smiled and took her hand. Let's play. After chasing each other around for a long time, Laith became tired more quickly than usual. His eyes seemed droopy, and he looked like a sad puppy. Kaylina paused and held his hand. What's wrong? Laith widened his eyes. Then he looked down at their entangled hands and smiled shyly. I found out that I have a little brother. He's 3 years old. He's born already, so he's only 2 years younger than me. Kaylina froze and stood still. Her face was blank, but her head was clouded with anxious thoughts. Have you met him yet? Laith shook his head. Father won't let me. He's in the east wing of the palace. The east wing of the palace was coined as the abandoned, cold palace. Kaylina felt pity towards this newborn prince, who also seemed to be an abandoned child. She had to visit the second prince as soon as possible and befriend him. Maybe he can play with us later on. Laith never replied and looked as if he was holding something back. Then he changed the topic, and they chatted over something else. Despite wanting to visit the second prince, Emperor Michaeles, I strictly forbid them from crossing paths. The second prince was isolated and confined in his own room, and Celine's plans for befriending him were postponed. Time passed by very quickly, and Celine was now 9 years old. Celine continued her education alongside Laith and adapted to the Zionite culture and customs well. Women in this Zionite empire were only seen as objects, and Celine was lucky enough to be treated less harshly due to her circumstances as Laith's fiancée. Although women were forbidden from pursuing higher education, she still attended Zaith's classes. Celine claimed that she wanted to spend more time with him, then proceeded to sit next to Laith and listen to the scholars teach. Draco, Celine cried in astonishment before quickly muffling her own voice and looking around to see if anybody would come in to check up on her. When she confirmed that no one would, she looked at the young man in front of her. He was tall and muscular with dark features that made him look especially intimidating. He lifted his arms up in the air and flexed as hard as he could, grunting like a madman. Don't mess with this fish. Perfect, Celine laughed. He looks like an average Zionite warrior. This average man standing before her was her koi familiar. Back in her own world, a golden koi fish could transform into a golden dragon through perseverance and determination. The color of her koi represented wealth, prosperity, and fortune. Celine knew that her familiar could transform into a powerful dragon and named it Draco, but she would have never thought that Draco could transform into anything. She felt as if Lady Luck was on her side. Draco was clever and witty, lifting her mood up whenever she was sad. He also grew stronger by the day, and they trained together every night to cultivate their skills. Draco, if we didn't train like this often and I neglected you, would you have not been as strong? Yes, my power wouldn't reach its full potential. Not a lot of women with familiars are trained. They are mostly used for idle talk. Celine felt assured that Draco would surely be of use and help her in the future when she wanted to earn money on her own. Celine was still figuring out how to gain property and produce goods in this world. It would be a while until she could finally make money using her past knowledge. She needed her own money in case Laith abandoned her in the future. Selene and Leith had become inseparable over the years. Although he was as bright as the sun and as powerful as a lion, he was neither sweet nor innocent anymore. Selene had come to witness the cruelty and absurd expectations the Emperor bestowed on his son. As soon as Leith endured endless hardships in becoming an expert swordsman at the age of 8, he was sent out on missions to kill. The victims were men, women, and children. As Leith participated in the political turmoils of the court and the never-ending assassination attempts, his naive, youthful glow dissipated. The Emperor was slowly distinguishing what was left of Leith's light and shaping him into a perfect emperor. Selene could only watch in horror. The only evidence of Leith's previously bright personality were the subtle smiles he gave Selene in private, or his softening eyes whenever Selene entered the room. Whenever Leith wasn't busy, she would tend to his wounds and comfort him as much as she could. "Selene, we are here to escort you to the pavilion to meet with the Crown Prince," a servant called from the door. Her familiar quickly transformed back into a small shadow as the servant walked in to prepare her for Selene's meeting with Leith. Lately, their meetings together were less spontaneous and more formalized. They also met less frequently, which Selene didn't mind since she enjoyed training with her familiar. After she was dressed appropriately, she elegantly walked towards the bridge and sat underneath a sakura tree next to Leith. Even though he was only a year older, he looked as if he had already experienced the world, and his perfect stature oozed with charisma. How can a 10-year-old look like that? She wondered in awe. Leith gave her a small smile and laid his head on her shoulder. Then he dozed off into a deep sleep. Selene let him nap and sat still for him since she understood that he must have had a tiresome day. At times like this, he looked like a normal child and she was eager to help lighten his burdens. Leith was also faced with a harsh reality, even worse than her. Even if his future was bright, his childhood was rather bleak and painful. Selene definitely wanted to be remembered as a gentle, sweet beauty who helped him during this time. She desperately wanted to earn his favor and continued her facade. She watched as the wind ruffled his blonde hair and his long eyelashes gently fluttered. The flowers from the sakura tree created small shadows on his face, and one by one, the petals landed on his cheeks and silky hair. After watching over him for some time, her small body couldn't resist and she also dozed off. A couple of hours later, the winds blew against Leith's eyes, and he woke up. He found himself in Selene's arms as her back was against the tree. He felt so blissful that he almost forgot what had occurred earlier in the day. She had permeated in his heart, and she was the only source of light in his dark world. As if she subconsciously knew he was awake, Selene slowly opened her eyes and pulled herself away from Leith. Her pair of unique eyes reminded him of the dark night and shining stars harmoniously shining in the sky with brilliance. Then Leith broke the terrible news to her. "I am leaving soon. Father is sending me to war with Krasja. You'll behave yourself, right?" he asked. "What?" Selene widened her eyes and looked at him with great astonishment at this breaking news. "You're only 10 years old. I can't let you go. Even though he's an emperor, isn't this too much? You're the crown prince. What if you die?" Selene started to panic. The second prince exists for a reason, and Emperor Michaeli's words are final. We cannot object. He placed a harsher emphasis in the last sentence, and she immediately closed her mouth, realizing her mistake. She didn't want to slander the emperor, but he really was too cruel. Even though she knew Laith would live, she was still worried and anxious. She was terrified for him since Laith was only a child who was too young to fight. On the other hand, this would also ruin her plans of getting closer to him and escaping her fateful end. She could already imagine the mental distance between them growing further apart, and a wave of despair and loneliness overwhelmed her body. "How long will you be gone for?" she whispered. "The earliest would be 5 years. Krasja is very far away, and Father wants me to visit the other lands after the war and become familiar with the lands in our empire." She knew that Krasja was in Asia. She saw from history books that Krasjans had black hair and small hooded eyes with round faces. She also knew how big the empire was. Would it really take him 5 years to conquer a country, then tour around the Zionite Empire? "I will come back to you, Celine. Please wait for me and stay alive," he said softly, and pat her head with care as if it would be the last time he did. "Come back to me quickly. Without you, I'll have no one to confide in. And don't find another woman." He laughed brightly and could only stare at her in astonishment. What kind of idiot would bring another woman when he already has the most beautiful woman in the world back home? Why did Celine feel as if this would be the last time he would stroke her head and smile beautifully for her? She knew that Laith only gave her his special smile, but now it might not be hers anymore. What if he met Xavia during his tour? Her heart felt like it was suffocating, and she was very anxious of the future. She wrapped her tiny arms around his waist and cried for him and herself. He was only a child going to war. Who knows how he will change? They embraced in silence, and after a while he pulled away since their time together was coming to an end. "I think I love you, Celine. When I come back, we will get married and live happily. Fear not, I will definitely return as a strong man to protect you," he whispered very faintly, and Celine had to strain her ears to hear each word. She widened her eyes, and they both beamed at each other, their rosy cheeks flushed to their ears. As he headed back to the main palace, he didn't notice Celine's smile disappear like a mask. Her expression was grim, as if she had become resolute with a truth. He will probably come back with Xavia. She was fragile and bitter in heart. "I'll fear nothing, Your Majesty." A couple of days later, she found out that the emperor was supposed to lead the conquest, but decided to send Laith instead, using the excuse that the crown prince would garner more followers and gain experience as a leader. "Lazy Abi," her familiar muttered in Korean. On one cloudy day, the capital was filled with cries as they sent off their warriors. Before Laith jumped onto his horse, Celine whispered, "Bring me back a gift, a jade ring." When he nodded, she kissed him on the cheek and watched him leave. Her tears fell down her small, pretty cheeks as she helplessly watched him ride farther away from her. She was mourning over their relationship, for she had a foreboding thought that this was the end of their happy memories together. "Please, don't stop loving me." That night, Celine couldn't bear to sit in anguish anymore. She slipped on darker clothes, wrapping fabric around her head to cover everything except for her eyes. Then, she headed straight to the east wing of the palace complex. At night, the domes were illuminated under the moon, and the gold-tinted onion domes appeared to be luminous. Because of the stealth and speed she acquired from her koi, Kalina's feet were as light as feathers, and no one could detect her presence. When she arrived at the Eastern Palace, there were no signs of servants or guards in this secluded area. If Selene hadn't known that the second prince lived here, she would have assumed that it was abandoned. Suddenly, Draco formed a shadow over her and pulled her away from the hall. They hid behind a pillar as two men dressed in black ran towards a certain direction without making a sound. Assassins. Selene was still wary of killing humans and didn't want to be the cause of someone's death. Instead, she told Draco to drag them away from this place and make sure they never come back. In one swift motion, Draco transformed into a large bird and flew towards the assassins. He bit into their necks and they flew off, away from the palace before they could yell out a cry. Alone, she proceeded her search for the second prince and quickly found the room. She entered without a second thought. A horrible stench immediately filled her nose. It was worse than what she usually smelled, and she wanted to run away. The room was so small that it could pass for a storage room. There were objects scattered everywhere, but in one corner of the room there was a pile of garments and fabrics cushioning a malnourished, shirtless boy who sat facing away from her. To her horror, his bare back was filled with scars, and she could see his ribs poking out because he was too thin. "Are you here to kill me?" the boy croaked out. How could such a scrawny boy even manage to talk? "Kill me then." As he slowly turned around, he threw a knife as hard as he could in her direction. Because he was so weak, she easily dodged the sudden attack. Selene unraveled the black fabric hiding her hair and face, then looked up to see the boy widen his eyes with a dumbfounded expression. The boy had never seen such a beautiful face in his entire life and mistook her for an angel. He almost wanted her to take him away from this state of torment and thought she would be his savior. "I've been looking for you." She confidently closed in on him, and the boy stiffened as he realized that she was just a person. He blushed in embarrassment but couldn't look away, and the girl drew closer then paused with astonishment. He was definitely Asian, with black hair and more narrowed eyes. His eyes were almost black, but she noticed he still possessed the same gold color that Leith and the Emperor possessed. Selene felt at ease and almost nostalgic looking at his familiar face. The Emperor slept with a Christian woman. Then, does that mean the Christian concubine who was brutally murdered here is his mother? "Are you hurt anywhere?" she cautiously asked. The boy just stared at her incredulously and gave her an icy glare before looking away. Selene noticed he wasn't hurt, and the scars on his back seemed to be given to him when he was younger. "Aren't you hungry?" The boy continued to avoid her and refused to answer. "What's your name?" "Well, I know you're the second prince. You're supposed to be 7 years old, but you look like you're 4. Selene made sure to speak as soft as she could. The boy seemed to look frustrated, and seemed to shoot daggers with his eyes when he finally looked up. After pondering why he wouldn't answer, Celine realized that maybe he didn't reply because he couldn't understand her. This prince was neglected and barely given any food, let alone be educated. The story she had read never mentioned why the second prince became a villain-like character, but Celine now confirmed that it was because of his painful upbringing. He must have a lot of hate and emptiness in his heart, and Celine felt terribly sorry for him. "Sorry," she muffled and paused. "I'll be back soon. I'll take care of you now. I'm here so you won't starve anymore. My name is Celine. It's nice to finally meet you." She pointed to herself when she said her name and awkwardly left the room in haste. Throughout the rest of the night, the boy thought about the silver-haired girl who had mysteriously came to visit him. He couldn't understand her words, and for some reason didn't want her to know, but he noticed that she acted as if she knew him. Her stares weren't as hateful and ugly as the people who usually visit him. He couldn't stop thinking about how heavenly she smelled. He had seen her figure from afar in the Japanese-style pavilion that the emperor gifted his mother. He always believed that she was an angel tending to his mother's garden after she passed. When he finally cleared his thoughts, he noticed a delicious smell coming from the door. Servants usually brought him very small scraps of food during the daytime, but he was confused since it was the middle of the night and the food they brought didn't smell as delightful. He crawled towards the tray and found multiple different dishes displayed in front of him. Food he had never seen before made him involuntarily drool. Although he should have been wary of the food, he was too hungry to care and hurriedly ate what was on the tray. After he finished feasting, he realized that there was also a pile of neatly folded clothes next to the tray. He held it close to his face and thought it was the softest fabric he had ever touched. It smelled like the mysterious girl. The boy's stomach started to ache, and so he clutched onto the clean fabric and crawled back to his corner to sleep. He concluded that there was something bad in the food he had just eaten and thought he was dying. But it didn't seem to be a painful death, and he didn't mind. The boy slept soundly that night while thinking about the silver-haired girl. During the next few days, Celine observed the east wing of the palace from afar. She mentally noted when servants would routinely drop off bits of food. After she was certain that no one was around, she walked into the room with an intimidating, muscular man trailing behind with a large plate of food. He was tall and imposing, so the boy couldn't help but stiffen in alarm. "Let's eat together." Celine smiled enthusiastically and expectantly towards the second prince, who sat perched on a pile of clothes as if it was his bed. She noticed that the clean garments she dropped off were added to the pile, and she frowned. "Those clothes are for you to wear." As the three of them sat together, the boy became more wary and hostile. He even refused the food she brought despite his grumbling stomach. Is it because of Draco? Is he too scary? She motioned for Draco to leave, and he quickly left the shabby place to watch from a distance as a guard. Celine tried to talk in a reassuring tone. "His name is Draco, and he only answers to me. He is not as scary and mean as he looks." She paused. "Unless you hurt me." The boy didn't understand her words and still refused to eat, so Celine shrugged and ate first. She had brought her own plate of food and waited to eat with him, so she was famished. He still didn't trust her since his stomach had ached yesterday, but hunger clouded the boy's logic as he hurriedly began to stuff his mouth. Each bite filled his taste buds with joy, and he widened his eyes at how flavorful this cuisine was. Before he could stuff another piece of the savory meal, Celine reached out to stop him. The boy flinched and tried to pull away rather harshly. Still, he was too weak to fend her off, and she held on tightly. "Eat slowly." Celine pointed towards his food and beckoned him to follow her as she showed him how to chew slowly. As the boy reluctantly followed her slow movements, he realized that he could taste his meal better and appreciate the flavors more. Once he finished, he found that his stomach didn't ache and he was much more filled. "Now it's time to clean you up." As if on cue, Draco walked in and brought in a big earthenware pot filled with clean, warm water. He then left and returned with two smaller pots. One was filled with water, and the other was filled with weird objects the boy had never seen before. Celine was conflicted. She didn't know how to ask or let alone convince him to step into the pot so that she could properly clean him. Taking a bath in the past was taboo and only done once before marriage as a tradition. Therefore, Celine had always washed herself in secret. The second prince was most likely going to protest profusely and refuse to shower. But he smelled so awful that Celine almost couldn't take it anymore. She cursed in Korean, which sounded very similar to the Christian language. The boy froze, and Celine felt like she made a mistake. He seized her wrists and squeezed, surprising her. She looked down to see his scrutinizing stare, the bits of gold swirling in his dark eyes. Now that the sun was shining through the window, she saw how his eye color was the only feature she could see clearly, because he was covered with filth from head to toe. "You speak in Christian." Because the boy hadn't talked in so long, his voice squeaked and cracked with difficulty. His throat seemed to be sore, and he touched his Adam's apple. Celine noticed immediately and handed him water to drink. Ugh. She was shocked that he knew how to speak in Christian. Now that Celine thought about it, it made sense since his mother was Christian. They were isolated in the East Wing Palace together, so it would be practical for his mother to teach him her mother tongue. She had heard that his mother died recently, so the boy probably started to starve as soon as she passed. Although she learned the Christian language for future use, she never expected it would come in handy now. All of her hard work seemed to be paying off. "Yes, I would have spoken in this language if I had known you knew how to speak. My apologies, second prince." The boy flinched when she called him by his title. Celine didn't notice and continued, "Let me clean you first, and we can talk after." She reached out to help lift him up into the pot, but the boy bit into her arm and staggered away. "It is taboo to wash," he screeched. "It isn't taboo. If you don't let me clean you, you will die from being too dirty. Don't you see how clean and nice I smell? Don't I smell like flowers? Look, this is the difference between someone who doesn't clean themselves and someone who does." Celine pointed at him and then to herself. Sure enough, the second prince considered these words thoughtfully, because it was true. This silver-haired girl was the cleanest person he had ever met in his entire life. even more so than his mother and father, who was the emperor. He grudgingly climbed into the pot and let Selene wash him. She let him settle into the mini-tub before soaking his entire body with water and scrubbing the dirt off his skin. "What's your name?" "I'm Kaelina, daughter of a general, but you may call me Selene. What's your name, your highness?" "Zayden." "That's a pretty name. Second Prince Zayden." She whispered his name with care and softness that made Zayden flinch again. He hardened his face and asked icily, "Why are you helping me?" "This ungrateful boy." Selene lifted her eyebrows and continued to gently wash his hair with soap. "Because humans should help each other." Zayden finally stopped probing for questions and quietly watched Selene attentively soap and rinse his body. He felt like she was skinning him alive, but he did not complain and grit his teeth instead. Eventually, he was used to the feeling and began to loosen his tense body and relax. Meanwhile, Selene bit her lip and shed a couple of tears. Zayden was gaunt and lanky. His skin still appeared to be sickly, and he had hollow cheeks. His state was so pitiful that she felt motivated to pamper him even more. She gave him a facial massage and even cleaned his yellow teeth. Draco watched the 9-year-old girl bathing a small boy as if he was her little brother. This serene depiction was sweet and captivating. No one would be able to speculate that the girl possessed the brain of a modern woman, and that the small boy was the neglected, half-Christian second prince. After a while, Selene quickly dried Zayden's body and hair with a dry cloth. Zayden, on the other hand, was comfortable and placid, feeling a tinge of remorse that the bath had ended. She smiled and mentally patted herself on the back. His long, raven-black hair gathered behind his back, and it appeared to be as sleek and silky as Selene's. She wanted to braid his hair later. "I will wash you every few days until you are able to bathe yourself. Next time I visit, Draco will come and teach you this country's language and history. We will educate you properly." As Draco returned to the room to remove the pots, she hesitated before continuing. "This is very serious. I am not supposed to be here, so that's why I'm being secretive. Make sure the people who check up on you don't see you getting cleaner or healthier." Zayden gave a slight nod and returned to the corner of his room. He secretly didn't want her to leave, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. Later on, Selene discovered that she didn't have to worry about the servants and suspicious men who routinely checked up on him. They never entered his room or thoroughly inspected Zayden. 2 months passed by quickly. Zayden's health improved significantly. His ribs weren't protruding and his cheeks became more plump. He was still skinny, but it was because of his fast metabolism. He even learned how to clean himself and couldn't even understand how he went years without bathing. Although they couldn't make his shabby place any cleaner to avoid suspicions, she still added a mattress in the corner of his room and placed a pile of clothes above it. Zayden was moved very greatly, but he still didn't know how to thank her and became more quiet from embarrassment. Selene supervised Zayden's education and made sure he received the same information as Laith. Although Draco mainly lectured him with this world's history, battle strategies, and politics, Celine also taught Xaden using previous life's liberal perspectives and values. When she had hinted these beliefs to Leith, the Crown Prince had adamantly disliked this way of thinking. Still, she wanted to teach the second prince to be a wise, virtuous character and let him decide for himself. Thankfully, Xaden agreed with her values and absorbed the information easily. He was astute and respectful. He had even let his guard down a little as he became used to her presence. Although he never said it, he believed Celine was a genius and would have been the greatest emperor in history if she was a man. They spent a lot of time together, and they seemed to be two quiet kids enjoying each other's company. In reality, Xaden didn't like to talk much and remained quiet there was a lesson, while Celine didn't want to pressure him into talking either. It was a comfortable silence. One day, while they were sitting side by side on his mattress, Xaden finally took the initiative to talk. "Do you have a familiar?" "Ah, yes. Draco is my familiar. He's a koi fish, but a golden koi can shape-shift through determination and perseverance. He even has a dragon form," she responded. Celine was slightly hesitant and scared to entrust him with this information. She hadn't even told the Crown Prince about her skills. But for some reason, the words spilled out of her mouth before she could think twice. Xaden narrowed his eyes, obviously not believing her words. But then, Draco, who was usually quiet and hid in her shadows, transformed into a koi, then a man, and then into other animals. "But a dragon?" Xaden scoffed. "My familiar is a dragon, and he tells me that he is the most powerful familiar. If your familiar can turn into a dragon and other powerful familiars, then you'd be the strongest person in the Empire." "True, I am already the most beautiful woman in the Empire, so if I was also the strongest, I'd be stretching it, wouldn't I?" Celine shamelessly laughed and started to ponder about her future. Since Xaden had killed her in the original story, that made him stronger than her. Since Leith killed Xaden, then logically, Leith was the strongest person amongst the three of them. I haven't asked Draco to turn into a dragon. It would be too flashy, and I don't think Draco is powerful enough too. Draco then emitted an aura from her shadow that indicated how insulted he felt, but Celine shrugged it off. "Can I see your familiar?" Celine carefully requested. Xaden nodded, and from his shadows, a small creature appeared. The dragon was smaller than Celine expected, with beautiful red scales from its lizard-like form. The dragon dragged his tail side to side and flapped his bat-like wings to fly towards her. Its eyes possessed the same gold color Xaden had. "I call him Red." The dragon flew towards her koi familiar, and they seemed to be sniffing each other cautiously. Xaden and Celine quietly observed, looking at each other from time to time and giggling. After that day, their familiars became best friends and even trained together to cultivate their skills. A year passed by, and Celine had finally turned 10 years old. Xaden continued to study under her, often discoursing over philosophical texts or training with his familiar. He was gaining physical strength while catching up with his studies, and Celine acknowledged him as a genius with photographic memory. Practically speaking, the two children were prodigies, but it would be dangerous if people were to find out. Meanwhile, Celine was fascinated with Draco's familiar. Dragons didn't exist in her previous world, but she had read multiple fantasy novels that helped understand Red and Draco's body composition more. As a chemical engineer, Celine was naturally curious about their chemical composition and what kind of firepower he possessed. She believed that fire was enhanced through different fuels and elements inside the dragon's body. Celine observed how Red inhaled deeply before blasting a fireball with blue hues that slowly transformed into bigger, orange flames. Blue gas? Does he have methane-based fuels in his body? Does he have other gases or sources in his body to produce different types of fire? This explained why Draco wasn't able to possess firepower. He was only mimicking the body of a dragon, therefore he did not have an actual dragon's chemical makeup. Instead, because he was a koi, he could manipulate water to his own advantage. Celine and Xaden's familiars seemed to be total opposites. As Celine grew closer to Xaden, she became more confident that her fate was being rewritten. As long as she was always a step ahead of him and took repercussions, she could ensure her safety and easily escape if something were to go wrong. One evening, Emperor Michaelis I summoned Celine to privately dine with him. She was startled, since the emperor only spent time in his harem, totally neglecting his responsibilities as ruler. Did he find out what I'm up to? Before she could panic, a servant entered her room to dress her. She was a small, petite woman who had been assigned to Celine recently. Celine had dismissed most of her servants since they would most likely interfere her time with Xaden and gossip. But today, it seemed as if Emperor Michaelis I had remembered her existence or needed something from her. Young Miss smells like flowers. How can her skin be so clear and white? The servant happily dressed this beautiful child and sent her on her way, fully aware that Celine wanted to be alone and unbothered. Why is this little girl so cold and distant? The servant wondered. As a child, Celine was as composed and elegant as a noble woman. Her movements were graceful and showed a facial expression that was not meant for a 10-year-old girl. The servants in the palace admired the young lady greatly. They had come to a consensus that Celine was born to be an empress. In a beautifully ornate room filled with candles and priceless decor, the emperor and the crown prince's fiancé sat around the long table filled with delectable food. She smiled to herself as she imagined Xaden's reaction to this gourmet meal. From across the table, Emperor Michaelis I properly examined her from head to toe with a hungry gaze, immediately snapping Celine out of her happy thoughts. I hadn't seen you since the crown prince left the castle. They say you get prettier by the day, and it seems to be true. You are already more beautiful than the concubines in my harem. Michaelis I smiled wickedly, exposing his rotten teeth. Celine stiffened as the emperor continued to compliment her appearance shamelessly. A young girl who didn't know any better would have been flustered from their emperor's praise, but Celine felt repulsed. He complimented her too much. He was starting to sound like a predator. Celine read enough history in her past life to know how some rulers would abuse their power and become tyrannical. Dining in front of such a historical figure sometimes felt like a fever dream. She always froze in fear, worried that she would offend an authoritative figure. If Selene misbehaved, the emperor could easily kill her and get away with it. Or worse, throw her into the harem. No one would dare rescue her, and even Xaden would be too weak to save her. Selene felt nauseated and couldn't bring herself to eat anymore. The emperor didn't notice Selene's distorted expression. That's because she hid it well and knew how to mask her face. He continued, "How has my son's fiancé been these days?" He nodded in approval and ranted aimlessly about the country without a filter, thinking that Selene wouldn't understand. Selene thought this man in front of her was incompetent and unfit to rule this empire. She played with her food in disgust. A servant interrupted their dinner and approached the table hastily. "He was successfully relocated, Your Imperial Majesty." He nodded in satisfaction. "Pick him up the next day. If the bastard is still alive the next day, I will personally welcome him as second prince." "Should we prepare a room for?" "No need." The emperor gave a thoughtful expression and paused. "Give him a knife to fend for himself from the monsters. I will let the fates decide whether he lives or not." The emperor's words were final and the servant was dismissed. Selene almost dropped her utensils and tried to probe. "Your Majesty, what is?" "A woman doesn't need to know." The emperor cut her off and gave her a warning glare. He seemed to be finished with his dinner as he stood up to leave. He reminded himself to visit her in the future as he headed straight for the harem. Thankfully, the emperor didn't call for her again because he had forgotten about her. Selene bowed, and as soon as the emperor completely disappeared from the dining hall, she quickly ran towards the east wing of the palace. She walked into the shabby room to find it empty and immediately began to panic. She started to feel the numbing pain in her heart creeping up again, but she quickly pushed it down. Although her brain was in shambles and her heart beat dreadfully, her outer appearance seemed rather calm and collected. This was how she dealt with dangerous situations. She never panicked outwardly because she immediately racked her brain looking for solutions. Selene instinctively rushed back to her room to gather her first aid kit and other emergency essentials. She stuffed them into a sling, satchel bag. Then, she called for her familiar, and the duo set out to the only location in Nur that was occupied by monsters. Draco was a 30 FT tall silver dragon with hard, luminous scales. His bulled snout blew out a hot breath, and the vertical slits of his eyes were focused on finding the forest. This was Selene's first time witnessing his dragon form, and she knew he was still growing. She felt a sense of pride towards her marvelous familiar, but would have never imagined that her first time flying with Draco would be in this atrocious situation. Selene indefinitely cursed the Emperor and desperately clung to Draco's spiked head as they flew to the remote forest. The forest was infamous for inhabiting mutated monsters. Luckily, they never left the forest or harmed the citizens unless the humans entered their territory. Information about their numbers and appearance were limited, since anyone who dared enter the forest never lived to tell the tale. Yet here I am, about to enter the forest. Selene shuddered. Adrenaline rushed throughout her body as they circled above the forest to pinpoint Xaden's location. Since she was used to seeing strange animals, Celine did not freeze when she saw the monsters chasing after a young boy covered in blood. The monsters were in all shapes and sizes, some looking scaly or slimy. They were deformed, hideous creatures filled with murderous intent. Xaden. Celine screamed as loud as she could, and Draco also let out a tremendous roar. Xaden was extremely terrified, but the sound from above pulled him out of a trance. He sorted out his thoughts and summoned his familiar. He had already been injured severely from fending off one of the smaller, ferocious beasts with his knife before deciding to run. If he hadn't trained with Celine and his familiar, he wouldn't have been able to run far due to exhaustion. Draco dove down towards Xaden just as Red transformed into a dragon double the size of Draco. Celine's jaw fell wide open as she watched the colossal, red dragon release a sound that shook the entire forest. Red inhaled deeply before hurling out a vast current of flames towards the monsters. He was clearly unstable and firing aimlessly, but he was undeniably powerful. Nothing could escape his wrath. Celine was amazed at the scene below her. The monsters seemed like ants next to the scaly dragon. The flames were slowly searing through the beasts as they became incinerated. Not even the monsters who attempted to run away were spared. The air was filled with ugly cries, and the monsters almost seemed pitiful. Although Red tried to move around Xaden, he was setting everything on fire. Red was unaffected by the fire, but the flames would engulf Xaden's tiny body sooner or later. How did he grow so big and powerful this quickie? Celine was astonished, and she was momentarily overwhelmed with suspicion. She imagined herself engulfed in Red's flames, and her mind was clouded with doubt. Why did she teach a future villain how to fight and grow stronger? Why had she rushed so senselessly to save her killer? If she let Xaden die, the blood wouldn't be in her hands, and she wouldn't have to worry about the future as much. It was the most logical reasoning, but somewhere in Celine's cold heart, she didn't have the willpower to become completely heartless. Xaden was a blameless child, and her fate should have been rewritten after her soul had entered Kalina's body. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to rescue him. For Xaden, the scene before him wasn't so glorious. Although the monsters were now dead, he was still scared senseless and cowering in fear. He sat on the ground and buried his face into his knees, blocking the agonizing howls from the monsters being burned alive. The air was fuzzy and suffocating from the ashy smoke produced by the fire. He was sweating as if he was boiling from the scorching flames. Xaden believed he was in the pits of hell that he had created. As Draco landed next to Xaden's curled-up form, the landing shook the earth, and he felt cool air lightly brushing against his skin. He looked up in time to see a bright figure descending down to meet him. An angel to save me from hell. Xaden rejoiced and spread his arms out wide as he rushed towards the light, wanting to be whisked away from this nightmare. Once again, he realized the dazzling person in front of him was Celine. She snatched him into her arms, and Draco immediately flew high into the clouds, away from the flames engulfing the forest. Xaden was filled with Celine's flowery scent, and he choked on his own tears at her warm embrace. He never thought she would bravely fly to a dangerous forest and save him. The hideous cries had finally stopped piercing his ears, and the air seemed to cool down now. Xaden could only cling unto Seline's body and silently watch the stars from the night sky shine brilliantly. Draco circled around until they found a cave. He carefully landed and lowered his head to the ground. Seline jumped down with Xaden. He was still shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face as he clung on to Seline's warm embrace. Go back and return with Red. If you can, please put out the flames. Seline silently thanked her familiar. Due to Draco's water power, only he could save that forest from completely burning down. As Draco disappeared into the sky, Seline could only hold Xaden close and stroke his hair until he calmed down. A long time had passed before Xaden stopped crying and regained his senses. He became embarrassed and squeezed out of her arms. Seline reluctantly released him when she realized he wasn't shaking anymore. With a flushed face, he mumbled. Seline nodded and slowly examined the extent of his injuries. There were multiple cuts and stabs on his arms since he had shielded himself. The wounds weren't fatally severe, but Xaden had lost a lot of blood. They waited in silence until their familiars arrived. Red transformed into a smaller baby dragon and immediately ran to Xaden, whining with worry and guilt. Xaden gently pat the top of his head and gave him a forgiving smile. Draco, can you dampen this cloth? And Red, can you find some logs or sticks so we can set up a campfire? Seline quickly sent out instructions for the two familiars in order to prepare for the rest of the night. Seline knew that the warriors wouldn't actually risk entering the forest because of the rumors. They would most likely leave after observing the entrance to the forest. After all, who would believe that a weak child could possibly survive the night in a forest filled with monsters? She intended to drop Xaden off right outside of the forest entrance. For now, they would have to wait in the cave until dawn. Draco nodded and wet her cloth using the little power that remained in his body. He even gave them clean water to quench their thirst. Shortly after, Red also gathered a pile of sticks and built a steady campfire. Afterwards, both familiars fell asleep in exhaustion next to Seline and Xaden. Xaden was also too worn out to resist Seline as she unabashedly took off his loose garments. Seline quickly cleaned the blood around Xaden's wounds and disinfected him with alcohol from her first aid kit. She ignored his cries and continued to apply herbal medicine, then finally wrapped his injuries with the hem of her dress that she had ripped out from her dress. This was all Seline could do for him, since she had never really practiced medicine before. It hurts now, but you'll feel much better in a couple of days. Seline reassured him with confidence. The way she treated Xaden's wounds were peculiar and not listed in the medical textbooks, but he trusted her greatly and didn't complain. When she touched his bare skin, Xaden felt warm and mushy inside. The fear and pain he had felt a while ago was completely replaced with joy and nervousness. This happy feeling scared him, but he also craved for more. For Xaden, Seline looked like an angel who had descended from the heavens and pulled him out of hell. Even now, Celine looked unreal and otherworldly. Her silvery white hair shimmered under the moon, and her milky skin was soft and delicate. Her sparkling eyes that were only focused on him shined with radiance. His heart beat uncontrollably fast, and his cheeks were burning as he became aware of his nudity. Does she have no shame? How could she brazenly undress me and wash my body? Xaden was 8 years old and shamefully felt completely exposed. Maybe it was because Celine didn't feel wary of someone who was like a younger brother. For some reason, this reasoning was unsettling and bothersome. Do you treat others the same as me? He irritably asked with a bothered expression. Celine paused and tilted her head. Even Red was startled and lifted its head from Xaden's lap. He rephrased his question. Do you completely undress other people and treat their wounds like this? She finally let out a bellowing laugh, which immediately lightened the atmosphere. Xaden pouted in frustration, but his heart skipped a beat from her gentle laugh. No, it's only you. And Celine gave him her brightest smile, finding his pouting face extremely adorable. This answer stunned Xaden, and he became crimson red. After a long silence, Xaden loosened his tense body and gave a dejected sigh. He harbored a gloomy expression. Although he was indebted to Celine, he sensed that she had a purpose for her actions. He couldn't figure out why she would help a weak prince with no connections. He would never amount to anything in this empire because of his Crastian blood. What if she got tired of him in the future and left? His insecurities grew tenfolds, and he felt as though he was suffocating. Do you like me? If not, then don't be so nice to me, he whispered quietly. I'm only cleaning your injuries. It's basic etiquette as a human being to care for each other. If you keep being nice to me, I'll get used to your kindness, and I will become weak. It would be the end of the world for him if she left. He would truly be alone once more. He was scared of getting used to the warmth he hadn't felt in a long time. Don't be so dramatic, Xaden. She smirked and gave a light-hearted response. Xaden glared at her coldly in embarrassment. He would never be vulnerable in front of her again. She surprised him with her unexpected comment. This is how humans should treat each other. Offering help or lifting each other's spirits should be a given. Being selfish, looking down upon others, and mistreating others is a sin. People who sin will always be punished later in life. Xaden and Celine locked eyes, neither of them looking away from their intense stares. What if they're not punished later in life? Then they'll be punished after death. He paused and looked away. My father named me Xaden because it means unclear. My mother was sad and gave me a different name. She named me Akihiko, which means shining prince, Celine finished. Xaden widened his eyes in shock, but continued. She was Krasta's first princess, but we were still oppressed and isolated to a remote place. The emperor did nothing. Even when my mother was killed by assassins and his son was nearly stabbed to death, he still didn't care. There was rage in the little boy's eyes, and Celine impulsively touched his cheeks with her hands, forcing him to face her. Emperor Michaelis, I is incompetent and not worthy to be your father. I swear on my own life, Even if he isn't punished in this life, he will suffer in his next. So don't hold so much hate and bitterness in your heart. He isn't worth your emotions. Her eyes that seemed to sparkle under the moon depleted his anguish. He nodded, and the hate in his eyes slowly disappeared. Celine managed to nod, but she was expressionless. This adorable boy who smiled so brightly filled her with guilt. She had considered abandoning this blameless child, which made her no better than his father. Celine had never been genuine in this life. When she watched Leith suffer under the Emperor's tyranny, she consoled him like a counselor instead of a friend. For her, Leith was a stranger whom she approached with selfish intentions. Celine had never asked to live in this world in the first place, nor had she wanted to act a certain way to manipulate a child. But she had to in order to survive. She had been placed in a difficult position, unable to mourn for her husband and mother, while forcing herself to accept this new reality. This foreign land was unfamiliar and scary. Every night, Celine would be overwhelmed with loneliness and suffocate from anxious thoughts. There was no one who could possibly understand her and give her reassurance. Over time, Celine had locked away her emotions, while her soul began to remain numb and darken. But for some unknown reason, Celine was currently emotional. Maybe it was because she had witnessed a terrifying scene this evening, or maybe because the starry, night sky made her reminisce camping memories from her previous life. But for the first time ever, as she thought about her family from her past life, Celine's heart didn't feel as heavy and broken anymore. She was still filled with overwhelming sadness and grief, but there were other emotions swirling in her heart. Hope and warmth enveloped her body and spread a new feeling almost foreign to Celine, just like the first snowfall signaling new beginnings and healing old, painful scars. Am I finally coming to terms with this world? Xaden reached out and grasped her hand. Their small fingers intertwined as they leaned into each other for warmth and comfort. Celine couldn't help but smile lightly. Celine and Xaden had both taken a step closer to healing their broken hearts, hand in hand. When the sun started to rise, Red flew Xaden back to the front entrance of the forest, while Celine secretly returned back to the palace. That day, Emperor Michaeles I welcomed Xaden as the official second prince. Despite Xaden's official title, he remained in the abandoned palace. As a gift, Celine renovated the room and placed various textiles around the walls, even switching out his bed. Celine ensured that he was given proper meals every day and arranged expensive garments for Xaden to wear. The second prince also received education and physical training from an instructor. He relearned the materials Celine had already taught him and focused on mastering swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the people of Nur did not want to accept the half-Christian prince. He was often ostracized by children around his age, while adults regarded him with disgust. This was all encouraged by the emperor, who was displeased with Xaden's unexpectedly strong familiar. He had wanted to get rid of the disgraced prince, yet the second prince was growing stronger every day. The Zionists believed Christians were inferior in terms of intelligence, height, and appearances. But Xaden ignored their direct insults with an indifferent look, infuriating the nobles even more. He never smiled, and his golden eyes narrowed intimidatingly in public gatherings. Thus, his reputation as a cold-blooded prince became notorious. It was a sunny afternoon when Xaden had finished his lessons and decided to visit Celine's residence. Despite his indifference to the palace life, he had attentively memorized every aspect of her room when he had first walked in. Celine's grand room was located in the Diamond Hall near the Crown Prince. Its vaulted ceiling featured elaborately patterned, golden tiles that also covered the walls. The interior's decor was heavily influenced by the arts and crafts from the market. Her furniture and vanity were lavishly adorned with silk textiles. There was a Persian-style carpet underneath her queen-sized bed filled with the softest fabrics and high-quality cushions. In the corner of the room, there was a wooden desk that remained unkept and messy. He had noticed rose petals sprawled over the surface of the desk, along with small earthenware pots and liquids. There were also multiple ancient books and research papers surrounding the desk. "This is where I handmake a lot of goods. The scent you smell from me and oh so love are made from roses." She had smiled confidently at her workspace. The smell of her signature, flowery fragrance lingered in the air. It was the smell that made Xaden infinitely blush and lift up his bad mood. Xaden slightly loosened his stiff facial expression as he recalled this sweet memory. As he reached the Diamond Hall, he walked towards a grand terrace with polychromic tiles of geometric patterns covering the ceilings. Underneath the center of the terrace was a fountain with yellow marble statues. Also below the bulbous dome was a young girl who stood out from a sea of children. He frowned, and Celine immediately sensed a dark presence from far away. She turned to find Xaden's gloomy expression and beckoned him over, to the other children's dismay. Xaden's head was clouded with worry as he reached the scene. Celine was his whole world, and he revolved around her. A crushing sensation overwhelmed his heart as he realized it wasn't the same for her. In this entire world, there was only one Celine. She was special and especially different, and Xaden wasn't the only man who knew. Countless young men came to visit her, and he could do nothing but stare coldly, making sure they never laid a finger on her. The young boy knew Celine already belonged to the Crown Prince. Although he did not understand marriage or love, he knew that Celine wouldn't be able to play with him forever due to this reason. When he had found out, he selfishly wished that his brother would never return from war. "Celine, you are too nice to that barbarian prince. He's short and ugly." The children gathered around her complained and agreed in unison. "I think he is handsome," Celine replied nonchalantly. The children stared at one another in disbelief. One jealous boy gave a disapproving look. "He's isolating you. There's nothing good that will come from being his friend just because he's the Crown Prince's brother. You don't need to treat him well. And there's nothing handsome about his deformed face," the boy screeched. Celine's expression remained neutral, although her lips did twitch. "Mr. Alegendosh, I will let that insult slide this once. But if I hear another insult towards the second prince, I will immediately take it as an offense to the great Zionite Empire. Do you realize the consequences?" Celine wore a cold expression as icy as the second prince, and the boy realized his mistake. The children all gulped in fear and started to disperse from her harsh tone. Wait, no, my connections. Celine wondered if she had been too cruel. She was chatting with the children in order to build connections and improve her reputation. She glanced at Xaden to see if he was hurt from their words and relaxed at his unbothered appearance. On the other hand, Xaden inwardly released his breath in relief. Since they ran away in fear, they won't bother her in the future. Still, his irritated feelings didn't dissolve completely, so he walked away and ignored Celine for the rest of the day. That very evening, Celine was bundled up in bed when the second prince sneaked into her room. She raised her eyebrows as he quietly slid in next to her. "Oh, I thought you were ignoring me," Celine teased. Rolling his eyes, Xaden turned his back away from her, but he still reached out to grab her hand. Celine couldn't help but giggle at his cuteness. Every night after his newly appointed title, she let him sleep with her in order to ward off any assassins. She also wanted to make sure he wouldn't feel lonely or have any nightmares. Celine thought sharing her bed with Xaden wasn't inappropriate since they were children. She also thought of him as a little brother. "Aleki." What? Were you bothered by what those children said earlier?" Celine asked hesitantly. Xaden tried to answer her question seriously, but all he could focus on was how sweet and heavenly his nickname sounded from her soft voice. Judging from his silence, Celine misunderstood and thought he was upset. "In this world, nobody has my hair and eye color, but I am still considered a pretty person. Even though people may not think this now, you are that pretty person for me. I find your black hair and almond eye shape very beautiful. They're not even as small as the kids said they were, believe me. It's their eyes that are too big. Also, you're not scrawny, you're lean. There is a clear difference between those two. I actually prefer leaner guys compared to those muscular men. All I'm saying is that I've seen a lot of, Christians in my life, and you will probably be the most handsome Christian I've ever met when you grow older." Xaden was completely still and hadn't moved. She didn't see how red his ears were, or how he was beaming with joy from her compliments. "It's okay to be short. The first person I ever liked was shorter than me and also very skinny. I'm the most beautiful woman in this world. If I can accept a shorter person, anybody can and should." At this point, Celine felt like she was rambling and shamelessly spouting nonsense. But these were her honest opinions. Xaden turned around with a frown. "Do you still like this person?" Celine paused for a long time. The silence seemed deafening. "No, he is someone I will never meet again. Just a past memory, nothing more." Satisfied, he moved closer to Celine and wrapped his arms around her waist. For the rest of the night, they talked in Christian until they both felt exhausted. She learned a lot about Xaden's past and was saddened by the lack of parental guidance he had. Celine had her mother in her previous life. She loved Celine so much that she never felt bitter or resentful over her father's absence. Right now, all she could think about was how lonely Xaden must have been after his mother's death. He must have grown bitter and resentful during those times alone. Even when he officially became the second prince, he was discriminated. Thinking he was asleep, Selene held Xaden close to her and closed her eyes. She whispered, "I am glad I decided to look for you that night. I was also very lonely, you know. I don't know how I should say this, but your existence is special to me. And for now on, you have me. I promise I will love you in place of your father and mother. My love will be big enough to fill the empty spot of your mother and father." Selene never noticed a pair of golden eyes staring at her incredulously in the dark. She would never know that Xaden was wide awake that night, holding onto every word she had whispered, engraving it to his heart. Selene was 12 years old when she ordered Draco to introduce the aqueduct system to the Zionite Empire. In her previous life, she had closely studied the Roman aqueducts for an engineering project. She still remembered how the complex network of channels and pipes were constructed and built. She had perfectly recreated the blueprints over the years and went over the functions with Draco. When it was time to present this proposal, she was forced to rely on her familiar's male form to relay the information since women were not taken seriously during this time period. Although she was bitter about this prospect, the aqueducts would greatly improve the water system and prevent diseases caused by dirty water. It took multiple attempts for Draco to gain approval for the aqueducts since the emperor was unyielding. The emperor finally gave into the proposal after a renowned scholar happened to read over the blueprints and persuade the officials to fund the project. Due to the pressure from other scholars and officials, the emperor ordered Draco to begin construction. Thus, in the upcoming years, the land of Nur would be the first country to possess this new technology. The aqueducts were masonry channels made up of stone, sand, lime, and water to provide fresh water to populated areas. There would be a series of pipes, tunnels, canals, and bridges that would allow aqueducts to transport water to the city from lakes and springs. It would then provide fresh water for the people and supply fountains. This organization required a great deal of planning, money, and time to build. If Draco continued to lead the project, Selene would not be able to generate any profit. Her main objective was to introduce an idea and sell it for a large sum of money. Therefore, when rich officials offered a handsome amount to take over the job, Selene happily withdrew. She undertook multiple ventures to make revenue because Selene wanted to buy an estate in Krasja. If Selene failed to change her fate in time, she would escape to Krasja and live quietly in the mountains. She chose Krasja because it closely resembled her country in her previous life, and Selene wanted to live in an area that felt somewhat familiar. In order to fulfill this vision, she needed money to buy land and build a house. Selene sent Draco on a mission to buy a piece of land just outside of Krasja's most bustling urban city. She wanted to live secluded in the mountains, but not be too far from other humans. Apart from the money they earned from selling the aqueduct's blueprints, Selene also handed Draco the riches she earned from selling exquisite textiles and her untouched monthly allowances from the emperor. Although the temporary separation from her familiar was desolating and left an empty space in her heart, only Draco could accomplish this goal successfully. This hope filled the void in her heart and reassured her. In the meantime, Selene intended to make more profit. Celine decided to sell her handmade goods. Because the Zionate Empire was known for their textiles and spices, Celine had to invent a unique idea in order to find major success. That was when she realized she could create different fragrances using rare flowers from the palace's gardens. Gardens were rare in Nur's desert lands, and only the imperial palace had the resources to grow such beautiful flowers. These flowers would increase the value of her products, and merchants would struggle to create substitute goods to compete with her. Because making a spray bottle was difficult and costly, she decided to make lotion and place them inside small porcelain pots with matching lids. There were many products Celine wanted to make, but gathering materials and starting from scratch proved to be overwhelmingly difficult. There were many different oils and acids Celine had to gather and mix. For now, she stuck with producing body lotion and using the leftover flower petals to create blushers and lip tints. After she mass-produced her products, Celine invited 4 of the wealthiest noblewomen from the Zionate Empire for some afternoon tea. These 4 women were the most influential figures of society with many connections. On the day of their arrival, she rubbed in lotion all over her arms before donning on a cream-colored gown made out of a silk-based fabric. The gold threads embroidered along the folds of her dress complemented her golden bangles and necklaces. "Miss, you truly are the epitome of elegance." Her servant, Hala, squealed with joy. Recently, Celine had grown fond of Hala, her personal servant. She entrusted her with the task of mixing essential oils for her lotion. Hala had been the maid who dropped off food for Zayden in the past. The servants had been told by the crown prince's supporters to starve the second prince, yet Hala disobeyed their orders and gave him leftovers whenever she could. She was thrown into prison awaiting for punishment when Celine had walked into her dark cell and offered to take her as a servant. Hala had always been grateful since then and continued to serve her master well. It was also nice for Celine to trust and chat casually with a woman once in a while. Hala continued to fill the room with her cheerful voice as she dabbed on a creamy blush onto the apples of Celine's cheeks. Celine also applied the red consistency on the outer corner of her eyelids, then stained the inner part of her lips to create a natural gradient. Compared to the dark and heavy makeup the Zionate women wore, her look was much more simple and natural. Celine smiled at her finished look. "Today is a good day to make money, Hala." "You look so beautiful today, Your Grace." "Truly, the rumors don't do you justice." Celine beamed in delight as the ladies showered her with compliments. They were seated underneath a terrace in the Diamond Hall, snacking on refreshments and chattering over tedious topics. Seated around the heavily adorned table were the 4 young wives of the highest court officials. Yasna was a beautiful, curly-haired brunette who led the conversation with her smooth manners. Her husband was the emperor's closest advisor, while Zahara, Zaha, and Zezin's husbands held lower positions. "I am honored to have been invited by such a beautiful lady." The leader of the circle, Yasna, answered politely. "Pardon me for this seemingly rude question, but may I ask if Kaylina is wearing any cosmetics?" "I almost thought you weren't wearing any makeup." Zezin nodded, also very curious. Yes, that is what I am also wondering. I can tell you are wearing makeup, but it is very natural. The pink colors on your face makes you look sweet and lovely. You remind me of pink roses, Zahara chipped in. Celine had been waiting for this question. The four women in front of her wore dark eyeliner that covered their entire lids. It was unflattering and tacky compared to the angelic, naturally enhancing makeup Celine wore. Celine stretched her delicate arms towards them. You are more than welcome to examine my arms because I wore some today. Yasna and the other ladies gasped in shock from her soft, snowy hands. The Zionite Empire was currently experiencing winter, but her hands weren't dry or cracked at all. You must tell us how to contact this merchant, Zahara exclaimed. She imagined how her husband would react to her soft, rose-scented body and squealed with excitement. Although the lotion seems to be a wonderful investment, I am not sure if that kind of makeup will be so flattering on me. After all, our skin tone and features are different. Yasna was reluctant since she couldn't imagine changing her daily makeup routine. Celine was exhausted after the meeting. She had never socialized this much since her last life. She had carefully crafted an image of a shy maiden who was in love with the crown prince. It had been exhausting and stole most of her energy. If the women had closely observed Celine's face, they would have noticed that her smile didn't exactly reach her eyes. After assembling the products for each of the orders, Celine decided to take a break and rest underneath the sakura tree in the Japanese-inspired pavilion. The pavilion she cherished was a gift from Emperor Michaelis I to Zayden's mother before she fell out of favor. The emperor had gathered many gardeners to plant Christian flowers such as hibiscus and sakura trees. The concubine became less homesick and looked after the flowers with great care. The fruits of her labor was evident because of how the abandoned garden remained lively and vibrant even after her death. Zayden had been surprised to see his mother's garden still blooming and flamboyant. That was because soon after her death, Celine diligently cared for the flowers in her stead. It was a touching story, and this pavilion became their haven. Celine sighed as she continued to recount what had transpired today. After chatting for a couple of hours, she had realized how shallow and materialistic they were. The women here were also completely dependent on men. Their goal in life was to please their husbands. It was disgusting and degrading. As she was engrossed with her thoughts, she didn't notice Zayden's approaching figure until he finally spoke. "Where's Draco?" Zayden seated himself next to her, but froze for a split second when he saw Celine's dolled-up face. She immediately noticed his pause and snickered. "Oh my, are you surprised with how beautiful I look today? Do you like the makeup?" She batted her long eyelashes and closed the distance between them, giving him a flashy smile. Despite their close proximity, Zayden didn't pull back this time nor push her away like he used to. To Celine's amusement, he looked at her calmly and returned her smile with a smirk. Somehow, Celine felt offended and prepared for an incoming insult. "You look like a rose." Taken aback by his rare compliment, the corner of her lips lifted upwards and she slightly raised one of her eyebrows. For the past 2 years, he had started to become more mischievous and playful around Celine. but he was usually a quiet and reserved person. In public, he was especially cold and curt. Xaden also didn't like to talk, and he usually never responded to her bold remarks. "Thanks, Aki. It feels nice to finally be complimented by you for the first time. I am truly surprised." Celine returned to her original position and leaned against the tree. "Also, I sent Draco on a secret mission. He'll be gone for a long time." Xaden gave her an indifferent look and took out a book to read. As he flipped through the pages, she observed him quietly. He was now 10 years old and had grown slightly taller. Perhaps it was because Celine was still a child and hadn't fully developed visual acuity, but Xaden looked extremely attractive and adult-like. If she didn't have memories of her past life, she would have swooned from his appearance. His long hair covered his beautiful face, so Celine decided to braid it. She removed the silver hair rings in his hair and created a half-up braided hairstyle. She braided random pieces of hair near his ears and hooked the rings back in. Celine took a step back and admired her work. He looked like a handsome, rogue pirate, especially since he was dressed in black garments. "Oh, that reminds me. Since Draco is gone, can you teach me how to use a sword?" "No." "But I want to defend myself. What if I'm in danger?" "Still no." "Why?" Celine pouted in frustration. Wouldn't he master swordsmanship more quickly if he had a partner? "You have me. You won't be in danger." Xaden hadn't even looked up from his book and continued to flip to the next page. Much to his annoyance, Celine snatched the book from his hands and slammed it shut. "Although I am grateful for your protection, you don't know what could happen. I don't have Draco right now, so I am very vulnerable. What if you don't happen to be there when I'm in danger? Or I'm suddenly kidnapped? I won't be able to rely on you then. When I was talking to the noble women earlier today, I secretly judged them for being so dependent and weak. Then I realized I'm weak too. I am good with self-defense, but I cannot win against a sword." Celine lectured Xaden and continued to complain about her afternoon meeting. "Fine, I'll teach you, but only at night. If you dare utter a complaint or disobey my rules as a teacher, I won't instruct you anymore." "It's okay, I will." Celine became very satisfied with his response and leaned back against the tree again. Meanwhile, Xaden had only agreed so she could finally stop talking. They spent the rest of the afternoon in the pavilion until they started to feel cold. Although the desert wasn't too chilly during the winter, the temperature was almost freezing at night. In the evening, they were both tucked into Celine's warm blanket. Celine was drifting off to sleep when Xaden asked, "Where did you send Draco?" "To Krasja," Celine murmured, already half asleep. Xaden didn't believe Celine until he saw her serious expression. "Why?" Celine never responded. The next evening, Celine wore a loose-fitted shirt and crossed an arched bridge to meet Xaden underneath their secret pavilion. This secluded area was a perfect spot for learning how to use a sword in secret. They had agreed to meet twice a week underneath the sakura tree until her training was complete. Celine was filled with high expectations, imagining herself as one of those beautiful female warriors from the fantasy novels she had read before. Xaden had arrived before her, and he wore a basic tunic with the braids still in his hair. He held a wooden sword in one arm and a real, sheathed sword in the other. Shining brilliantly underneath the fluorescent moon, Xaden appeared to be mystical and unworldly. Instead of smiling at her approaching figure, he stood with an unconcerned expression as he waited. He stood amongst the cherry blossom trees. The leaves on the trees were green because of the winter season. Celine looked forward to the spring. She wanted to watch the cherry blossoms bloom with Xaden. Today, I will teach you the basics of sword fighting, along with how to properly hold a sword or unsheath one. Xaden explained the psychological aspects of becoming a sword master. A pupil must learn how to build awareness, confidence, and caution when facing an opponent. He described other principles in depth, and then finally started to begin training. Before Celine was allowed to touch the wooden sword, she needed to physically condition herself and build endurance. Celine attentively listened and realized that she was wholly unprepared. She deeply regretted her choice as Xaden listed off what exercises she would need to do. I don't want to run or exercise right now. I just want to know how to hold a sword and fend off any assassins. Celine didn't dare voice these opinions, and she suffered in silence during the entire training session. The next day, Celine could barely move her body without aching in excruciating pain. Celine took a step forward and raised her long sword for an overhead strike to her opponent. Her opponent, Xaden, easily deflected her attack with a side step and twirled around with his sword, nearly slicing her back. Once again, you almost died. Celine narrowed her eyes and whirled around. How can you move so fast? It had been a year since Xaden started teaching her how to use a sword. As they continued to train every other day, Celine came to terms with her incompetence. She had never won against Xaden during their practices, nor had she become a great sword master she envisioned herself to be. Celine's new objective was to learn how to counterattack and defend herself well, aiming for the vital parts of the attacker's body. She was sturdy and proficient for an average soldier. Meanwhile, Xaden climbed up the ranks and became the strongest sword master. He had earned respect from his comrades, but not from the wealthy families residing in the capital. They didn't dare disrespect him blatantly due to his close connections with Celine. Celine had started to earn a name for herself in the social circles, too. She was a trendsetter who introduced various different makeup products through her merchant. She had refined the pre-existing makeup brushes and formulas, making them safer and easier to use. Women looked more youthful and radiant with her cosmetic line. She even received praises from men who noticed their wives appear younger and much more beautiful. Celine also accepted commissions and requests to teach them how to use the products. She did makeup for brides on their wedding night, and even Emperor Michaeli's eyes concubines came knocking on her door. This phenomenon improved her image and popularity. Her accomplishments attracted the emperor's attention, and she was eventually invited to meet with him privately. Celine was still wary of the emperor due to his reputation. Having a private audience with a wise, great emperor sounded exciting, but having a private audience with an inadequate, unreasonable emperor was petrifying. An unreasonable emperor could commit genocide without any objections. She had personally witnessed the current ruler neglect his responsibilities, commit wicked acts toward his children, and ogle Selene with a perverted scrutiny. He was on the path to becoming a tyrannical leader, if he wasn't one already. She deliberately covered herself and layered as many shawls as she could onto her gown. Hala also understood her intentions and attempted to hide her beauty with a ridiculous amount of makeup. Selene announced her presence and steadily entered the throne room, where the emperor sat on an elevated throne at the center of the lavishly adorned room. There were many decorative, detailed mosaics and motifs surrounding the throne, emphasizing the throne as the central feature. The interior featured golden tiles, ornate tapestries, and patterns on the walls. Her steps seemed to echo clamorously against the marble floor as she made her way towards the throne. A beautiful concubine sat on the emperor's lap, and they were shamelessly flirting while the royal advisors lowered their heads. Greetings to His Imperial Majesty, Emperor of the Zionite Empire. Selene gave a deep bow and lowered her gaze. You may stand. The emperor smiled at his future daughter-in-law and withdrew from the embrace of his woman. Selene quickly glanced upwards and saw that he was in a good mood. His eyes seemed to be uninterested in her and only transfixed on his concubine. My future daughter-in-law is now 13. Shall I grant you a gift? I can give you anything. Then the emperor returned his attention to the woman and squeezed her bosom, and the concubine let out a giggle. Selene suppressed her disgust and bent down even further. Your Majesty, I am not worthy of your grace and goodness. Residing in the Diamond Hall and living comfortably has already been the greatest gift your Majesty has bestowed upon me. I am feeling very generous today. Your father had handed you over to be in my care, so I must take care of you well, shouldn't I? I insist on granting any wish you ask for. What is that supposed to mean? Can she really just ask for anything then? Selene panicked and felt the palm of her hands start to sweat profusely. She couldn't refuse an emperor twice, so she hesitantly contemplated what she could ask for. Selene couldn't possibly ask for more money when she had a generous allowance, and she already had an abundant supply of material goods. After a long pause, she answered. Selene paused before continuing, but I do have a request. Her pause seemed to capture the emperor's attention as he stared at Selene with his golden eyes. As Selene faced him properly, she realized that the emperor was actually attractive and still youthful for a middle-aged man. Leith resembled him greatly, and she was taken aback for a moment. If he hadn't been addicted to his lustful desires, the Emperor Michaelis I might have been benevolent and even earned her respect. I apologize in advance if this request is too brazen or foolish, but I would like your Majesty to consider normalizing baths. Selene watched as everyone in the room became dumbfounded by her sudden, bold request. The closest royal advisor, Sir Vigo, was the first person to recover and turn red in fury. How dare you shamelessly utter such absurd and taboo nonsense in front of the Emperor of the Zionite Empire? His Majesty will punish you severely. He raged. She recognized him as Lady Yasna's husband. Showering was considered as a taboo in this time period. There was a stigma against showering because it was believed to spread diseases. But Celine was determined to change this view partly because she was tired of collecting water and secretly filtering it every night to wash herself. Thankfully, soap existed in this time period, and she mixed the ready-made soap with her own oils to add fragrance. She had also used various abrasive components to invent her own toothbrush and paste. Celine firmly believed that Xaden and her were the only humans on Earth who possessed pearly white teeth and did not smell awful. Their skin was also significantly soft and clean compared to the Zionites because of their skincare routine. She wouldn't have requested for this controversial change if she could withstand the revolting stench from the Zionites. She felt as if she developed anosmia, losing your sense of smell. Therefore, she fabricated a false story to convince the nobles. I will do no such thing to my future daughter. I will allow Celine to explain herself. The emperor smiled with amusement. Forgive me for my impudent behavior, your majesty. I will accept any punishment if I have offended the royal family. I suggested this idea because one can also practice good hygiene by cleaning themselves with water. Recently, due to my clumsiness, I fell into the river many times. Although it was an unfortunate incident, I noticed my body had felt clear. I had even smelled better. To further satiate my curiosity, I cleansed my right hand with soap and filtered water for a week. I left my left hand unwashed and found that bathing improved my skin immensely. Celine lifted both of her hands, and everyone leaned over to examine the differences between her right and left. The right hand was noticeably unblemished and smooth, while her left hand was ashy and roughly textured. In reality, Celine usually worked with her left hand, which led to its rough appearance. Thankfully, no one would expect that Celine did any work. The concubine curiously stepped down from the emperor's lap to touch her hands. Your Majesty, there really is a difference. I would also like to shower every day if my skin will become as soft as her right hand. The concubine gawked and rubbed Celine's arm harshly, leaving a red mark on her dainty skin. She also sniffed Celine's hand and found it to smell like flowers. The concubine believed that she would remain in the emperor's favor if she smelled like flowers too. Meanwhile, the royal officials were still unconvinced and infuriated by her request. Of course, it did not matter since the emperor considered her request. Then I will let my concubine bathe every day for a week. If her skin becomes soft and clean, I will begin to bathe every night. I will also reward you handsomely. A couple of weeks later, the royal officials were astonished by the emperor and his concubine's clear and clean skin. Hence, Celine shook the whole world again with a groundbreaking discovery. Since Celine had been busy with her business, she could only spend time with Xaden during their sword training session or at night. Unfortunately, she was always fast asleep before he even entered her room. She hadn't realized this until Hala mentioned how gloomy Xaden had been recently. Young lady has been neglecting the second prince lately. He is very pitiful to look at. I beg our young miss to take a break once in a while and visit him. Hala implored as she brushed Celine's silky hair. It was already late in the evening, and Celine had changed into her nightgown after a bath. She had finished creating a new batch of products and sent them out to her customers. Now, she could finally rest peacefully and take a break. Celine felt guilty as she realized the second prince must have felt bored and lonely due to his lack of friends. What has Xaden been doing while I was working? Whenever the second prince wasn't reading or training, he would sit in the pavilion for the rest of the day. He seemed to be waiting for you, miss. Hala seemed especially upset for the adorable second prince, who only had Celine as a friend. Although her master was extremely intelligent for her age, she absorbed herself with work and forgot about the people around her. Now that you have finished working, you must get plenty of rest and play with second prince as much as you can. Hala deeply appreciated the second prince, because only he could make the ladies smile brightly. Celine further scolded herself and thought about how she could make up for the lost time. As she was lost in thought over her plans, she didn't notice Hala leave or Xaden entering from the balcony. Celine, Xaden whispered hesitantly. His eyes were droopy and looked at her somewhat expectantly with hope. Why do I feel like a mother neglecting her own child? Celine smiled and embraced him with a gentle hug. I'm sorry. You must have felt very lonely recently, but I will change my ways and try to make more time with you. He seemed to accept her apology after a long pause and tightly wrapped his arms around her waist while burying his face in the crook of her neck. Even against her neck, she could feel his mouth forming into a smile. Here, I'll show you a pretty place as an apology. She led him to her balcony and hoisted herself up onto the top rail. She then climbed the thick, interconnected ledges towards the top of the diamond hall. It's safe to climb. If we climb high enough, we'll be able to see the city below us. Even though we won't be able to get to the top of the dome, we'll be right Bell AHH. Celine let out a scream as Red seized both her and Xaden onto his back. Or we could fly to the top, Celine muttered. He glided past the spot Celine occasionally climbed up to and continued drifting upwards. She held on tight to Red with Xaden until they reached the top, flattened section of the bulbous dome. As they took in the breathtaking view, Celine gawked. She had never been this high up in the sky, especially on top of a dome. The air was chilly as she observed the beautiful palace and city below. It looks like a fantasy world, Celine smiled. A sense of excitement washed over her. Xaden was also in awe, peering at Celine and the sky. The stars were shining down on Nur, casting a bright outline on Celine's silvery hair and skin. She was illuminated by the moon as if she was absorbing its luminescence. She almost appeared translucent and celestial in the night, a contrast from his dark hair and eyes. Xaden thought Celine shined brighter than a star. You're always showing me the world. He smiled. His facetiously cold aura temporarily disappeared as he was mesmerized by her. Although their perspective views differed, they were still filled with a sense of bliss and serenity. No need to thank me. The spot I wanted to show you wasn't this beautiful since it wasn't so high up. I can truly see all of Nur. They sat side by side at the top, not able to move because they didn't want to slip and accidentally slide down. Suddenly, Celine was overwhelmed with a desire to lean on Xaden's shoulder, but she quickly stopped herself. They continued to sit quietly in a comfortable silence. Meanwhile, Xaden's heart was in a turmoil. His heart beat uncontrollably fast when he looked at Celine, and he covered his heart with his hand. His face was flushed, and he wanted to hold her hand forever. Xaden discerned the emotions he felt around her as love, and his yearning heart agreed with the conjecture. It wasn't the familial or friendship kind of love, but something more deep and vast that he could not simply describe his feelings with words. Before his love could even blossom, he already knew this emotion was forbidden and had to be kept hidden. He wanted to be in Celine's arms and watch her under the stars forever, but she never belonged to him in the first place. He had dangerously fallen in love with the crown prince's fiancée. Xaden was only 11 years old, but he was fully aware of the consequences if someone were to find out. Therefore, as long as Celine and the world didn't know, he'd continue to remain by her side. He only belonged to Celine and couldn't bear to be separated from her. His heartache was only beginning. The following evening, Celine successfully landed her blow on Xaden, knocking his sword away and pushing him to the ground. He was defeated easily because he was unfocused and in a daze. Xaden was still enchanted by Celine. He could only lie down on the grass and continue to stare at her with a foolish smile. His heart squeezed tightly and also seemed to shatter from despair. After stargazing at the top of the dome with Celine every night, Xaden caught a cold. At first, he assumed that his body temperature was increasingly warm due to his crush on Celine, but as he continued to neglect his own health, his symptoms worsened. When Celine noticed these symptoms, he became bedridden. When his fever did not go down after a week, she completely abandoned her work and focused on treating Xaden. His illness caused a stir amongst the nobles, since children rarely recovered once they became sick. This world was behind in medicine, and humans could die from a mere cold. Celine also wasn't an expert in the field of medicine, so she resorted to home-made remedies and basic self-care practice. First, she pressed a cool, wet cloth over his forehead and the back of his neck. She washed the rest of his body using a cold rag, while making sure he drank plenty of warm liquids. Back when Celine was sick in her past life, water with honey and lemon would immediately alleviate her sore throat. She forced Xaden to drink honey and lemon water every day, while continuing to take care of him. She also closely examined the herbal medicine from royal practitioners and questioned its ingredients. There were only a few medications Celine approved of based on her past knowledge. While he was recovering, Celine wondered how he managed to live thus far. Since he had killed her in the original story, he had clearly survived the forest incident and the cold by himself. But how did she accidentally change the story? Did Kaelina help Xaden in the original story too? Maybe Kaelina and the second prince were friends. But why would he kill her in the end? Although this was probably unlikely, it was still a possibility. Kaelina could have been lonely in the palace while waiting for Leith's return and sought for the second prince to pass the time. The book wasn't as detailed about the characters anyways. and she knew humans did not possess a one-dimensional personality. Kalina is described as cold and heartless, but she probably wasn't always cruel and had her reasonings. Who wouldn't go crazy after watching their loved one fall for another person? What drove her mad with jealousy over an average woman? Celine pondered over these rhetorical questions, then ended her trail of thoughts to focus on Xaden. Despite Hala's objections, she held onto his hands and laid down beside him. Celine had a strong immune system due to her healthy habits. She also drank the honey and lemon water every day. Even if she caught a cold, she could easily recover and handle herself. Xaden's sleeping form was graceful and pure. His pale skin broke out into a cold sweat, and Celine immediately wiped it away. His features truly are perfect in Korean standards, Celine mused. He looks like one of those cool, Japanese schoolboys from the shoujo mangas I read. As Celine reminisced their time together, she was surprised to discover Xaden in most of her memories. Had she unknowingly become attached to the second prince? Over time, Xaden had somehow developed a mischievous personality that many people probably wouldn't be able to handle. He was clever and sly because he always managed to coax her into carrying out tasks for him, or letting him off easy when he committed any wrongdoings. Before she became overwhelmed with work, she would dry his hair every night, wake him up in the morning to braid it, and often clean up after him. Despite his playful personality, he was kind and considerate. He didn't complain or ask for her often when she received many orders from customers. He even helped her mix formulas and organize the pile of products she produced. He taught her swordsmanship and always waited for her. Although the second prince was mostly reserved and quiet, he had become a reliable person whom she could confide in and speak comfortably with. In some ways, Xaden was a reassuring figure in her life. Without him, she wouldn't have been as mentally strong and capable. His eyes fluttered open as if he had heard her, and his small smile enraptured Celine. "Have you been taking care of me all this time?" he murmured, tightening his grip on her hands. She nodded in response, still entranced by his beauty and gentle voice. "I knew it. I didn't have any bad dreams. I think it was because you were beside me." She continued to wipe his sweat away and massaged his hands until she also fell asleep. Xaden made a full recovery within 2 months and eventually returned to his regular schedule. Celine opened up her schedule frequently to spend more time with him, just as she had promised. Thus, they became an inseparable pair. Celine and Xaden attended a tea ceremony hosted by the court officials. The court officials were aware of the fact that the crown prince's fiancé had miraculously nursed the second prince back to good health. They especially invited Celine and Xaden to observe their relationship. Does Kalina favor the second prince now? Will she switch sides? The nobles were curious and itching to ask these questions. In the future, they would also need to choose which faction to support. Although Celine and Leith were engaged, it was not an official promise written on papers. If Celine decided to support the second prince, the powerful backing from her father would switch over to Xaden and thus turn the tables. As the gathering progressed smoothly, the questions that were initially polite morphed into more ambiguous inquiries encrypted with underlying meanings. They were attempting to catch Celine off guard and figure out whose side she was on. To their disappointment, she consistently answered vaguely, and no one could predict what Celine was thinking. Xaden also remained silent and ignored any questions directed at him. Consequently, Celine became irritated towards the end of the meeting. She looked over and nearly choked on her drink. Xaden was falling asleep and trying desperately hard to keep his eyes open. Ugh, why can't these idiots be straightforward and ask what they're actually curious about? I feel as if I've been answering too many questions. May I ask one in return? Celine interrupted and abruptly cut off the incoming questions. She proceeded to talk as they nodded curiously. I wonder if you want to be friends with the second prince or use him as a pawn to get rid of the crown prince, Celine asked bluntly. The current emperor had shifted all of his responsibilities to the court officials. They acted as regent, especially Lady Yasna's husband, Sir Vigo. Sir Vigo had become increasingly greedy for more power. If the responsible crown prince returned, he would lose his power as regent. But if a weaker prince seized the throne with their help, surely he would become a puppet for them. If Celine also favored the second prince, their plan would most likely succeed. Unfortunately, Celine did not want Xaden to be used as a puppet for their selfish desires. The officials coughed in shock and slowly excused themselves, bringing the meeting to an end. Even Sir Vigo sensed her annoyance and left for the day. After all, they were thinking of treason and had become embarrassed. It wasn't until they were finally alone in her chambers when Xaden finally expressed his thoughts. I was taken aback by the sudden question. Sometimes, even I think you're too much. Xaden chuckled. She shrugged. It was just a question. They were clearly trying to figure out why we are close to each other by asking an endless amount of annoying questions and beating around the bush. I like people who are blunt and straightforward. Xaden smiled and mentally took note of her preferences. I always have fun with you no matter how boring the situation is. In the future, Celine's liberal perspective and straightforward personality would rub off on Xaden. Celine was 14 years old when the Zionite Empire finished constructing their first aqueduct, supplying the public with fresh water. The country of Nur also built public baths to accommodate the debunked misconception over bathing. It had also been 5 years since Leith had left for war. Despite his lack of response, Celine had written letters to the crown prince quite frequently, hoping it would bring him some sort of comfort in the front lines. Celine often pondered over the crown prince and his well-being. The war didn't seem to be ending soon, yet the Zionites firmly believed that Krasja would lose. Celine also knew he would return from war and most likely win. But in any case, she was sure that Leith was suffering mentally if not physically. He was only a child, after all. Has he forgotten about her? Why did he never respond? Celine had constantly asked herself these questions in the past, especially since she witnessed other women receiving letters from the warriors while she received none. Now, the worries had disappeared completely. During those times apart, she had created multiple backup plans to secure her future safety. Her life seemed to be in order for the first time, and Celine's friends also gave her the support system she needed to further grow with confidence and live more comfortably. The facade she had slowly built up faded away along with her fears, and she could finally be true to herself. Celine's new personality was a sharp contrast to her previously shy, timid persona. She displayed a more regal and intimidating expression. Instead of her usual sweet and bubbly act, she became honest and blunt. Her business continued to flourish, and she had already won over multiple noblewomen. Therefore, she rarely interacted with others and withdrew from the social circles. Although Celine remained cordial and courteous, the nobles considered her to be rude and overbearing. Thus, rumors began to spread over Celine's change. They said she was now a flower dipped in ice. Although Celine was slightly upset over her new reputation, Xaden, who was now 12 years old, felt relieved. The number of men who approached Celine had decreased tremendously since they became intimidated by her. The stress and irritation in his heart had dissipated for the time being. It was a cold, winter day when Xaden gave Celine a letter stamped with the imperial seal. They both sat against the sakura tree, bundled up in a warm blanket as Celine examined the contents of the invitation. It's the invitation for the Familia Ball. Hosted by the imperial family, the Familia Ball was a formal event celebrating the existence of familiars through a series of dances and performances. This ball would be the only night out of the entire year where the Zionate Empire could publicly show off their familiars. It was against ancestral traditions and the laws to display them anywhere else. When the Zionate Empire first became established, the founding emperor and his group of supporters received a blessing from the gods. Each of the men were gifted with a powerful spirit animal that would be their arms in battles. The emperor and his men were able to defeat the enemies and protect their lands. Therefore, familiars only existed to protect the empire and its people. Their successors would also inherit familiars with various skills. As years passed by, the nobles became arrogant and started to abuse their special power by oppressing the weak or killing other familiars out of jealousy. As if the gods were disappointed and punishing the Zionites, familiars became increasingly rare, and only a select few nobles inherited them. The emperor during that time placed a new rule in order to save the dying race. Familiars were to never be displayed publicly unless they were at war with another country. This law would essentially decrease the number of greedy, selfish nobles. But since nobles still possessed an innate desire to flaunt their power, the familial ball was born. Celine had never exposed Draco to these events since it was optional. She didn't want to garner any attention and foolishly attract jealous nobles. No one would want to see her familiar anyways, since a fish was considered weak and useless. Xaden also refused to bring his familiar since it would bring trouble to the crown prince's faction, especially since a dragon was considered more powerful than a lion. On the other hand, she was excited for the festivities during the ball, such as the dances, music, and performances. Xaden, you must appear more friendly at this ball. No one will approach you if you keep that emotionless expression. What if you get rejected by all those ladies? Celine exclaimed. I won't dance with anyone. Also, I'm like this because of you. How? I'm very nice and approachable compared to you. Although Celine believed his cold image was due to his traumatic past, it was actually because Celine had rubbed off on him. Celine's natural expressions would sometimes appear scary and intimidating, which Xaden adored and imitated. We've been taking dance lessons the past few weeks, and I expect you to show off what you learned. Then take responsibility of me. Xaden gave her a serious look. Tongue. The first dance. Take responsibility by dancing with me first. Xaden knew it was unreasonable to not allow Celine to refuse other men when they asked for a dance. Yet he wished to be the only one who stood by her side the entire night. Of course, you need to escort me too. Celine winked. She knew he didn't have friends and would feel left out if she danced with others. We don't have friends, so we'll probably be dancing with each other throughout the night. Hala helped Celine change into a gold, silk-based gown. The thick fabric was embroidered with lotus flowers, while the bangles accessorized all over her arms shined brilliantly. Celine was covered in gold from head to toe, and her purple eye stood out even more as the only other pop of color. She decided to use her darker shadows to create a bronzed, smoky look, while Hala braided her hair into a beautiful cascade. Because it was winter, she donned a warmer coat over her dress. Hala fussed over her, humming in satisfaction. I am worried for Xaden. He will have to fend off many boys tonight. Hala, you are always worried for Xaden. What about me? Celine pouted. Hala scoffed. My lady is so pretty that I won't need to worry about you. The world is always easy and nice towards attractive people. Although Hala meant to compliment her, Celine couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've never seen a pretty woman have a happy ending. It was true. The most beautiful women Celine had seen or met in her previous life ended up meeting terrible men or suffered from depression. Before she could voice her opinion, Hala had finished prepping her hair and took a step back to admire her work. You will be the most beautiful maiden tonight, she whispered in amazement. There was a light knock on Celine's door, and the second prince gracefully strutted in wearing a dark-colored caftan richly embellished with golden threads. His hair was freshly cut and styled to fit the standard curly hair of Zionite men. Unlike the average Zionite man, Xaden's hair was black and straight, which made his new hair only look slightly waved and textured. His features were rather feminine, while he was on the skinnier side due to his metabolism. He was also shorter and less hairier than the average Zionite, which meant that his beard hadn't grown in yet. Celine was secretly grateful since she thought men looked better clean-shaven. For Celine, Xaden was extremely handsome and perfect. He was lean, well-built, and she knew his pretty face would have gone viral in her world. No matter how different Xaden was from a Zionite man, she couldn't understand how anyone would consider him as an ugly weakling. I guess this empire only has a one-type man. We are extremely late. He reacted indifferently to her striking appearance and continued to walk towards her. He almost seemed irritated. Sorry, I just finished getting ready. Celine smiled. You're welcome, Your Grace. Enjoy your night. She bowed and gave Xaden a thumbs up before disappearing out the door. How do I look? Celine left her seat and stood slightly taller than him. She continued to talk as he held out his hand, and she elegantly rested her hand on his arm. I truly think you are the only person who won't be mesmerized by my beauty tonight. How can you look at me like that? Do I not even look good to you? She clicked her tongue, frowning at his lack of expression. Sometimes, his cold aura made it difficult for her to understand Xaden. What could he be possibly thinking about? I'm used to it because I see you every day. He looked away and stared at her hair adorned with jewels and pins. Celine noticed his ears become red and grinned. Well, I think I deserve a compliment because I spent a lot of time getting ready. I heard that boys are rather reluctant to compliment a woman's beauty. I'm guessing you're still a boy. This jab made Xaden's cheeks flush in anger and embarrassment. I am a man. Maybe you're just ugly. Celine clicked her tongue again. It's okay to be too shy when complimenting a woman, but there's no need to lie. Anyways, I already know I am really beautiful. I guess I don't need your praise. This is why I don't praise you. It all goes to your head, and you become more shameless. Xaden nearly stomped his foot on the ground with frustration. It's called confidence. I am merely stating facts right now. I know my place, and it happens to be at the top. She shrugged, clearing, enjoying his flustered reaction. It was a refreshing change from his usual silence. Before he could become even more annoyed, Celine tightened her grip on his arm. Xaden was used to Celine's celestial beauty. He was able to catch himself before falling into a trance. He had prepared his heart for her extravagant look before entering her chambers, and he managed to maintain his indifferent attitude. Truthfully, Xaden was enamored by Celine every day, and tonight was no different. He was more concerned with the men who would approach her tonight. Their height difference annoyed him because he felt incompetent to be the one to escort her. He couldn't even bring himself to tell her how he honestly felt. He criticized himself as he escorted her to a vast courtyard, adorned with decorations with the royal family's symbol placed everywhere. The emperor sat underneath a tall booth furnished with textiles and priceless ornaments. There were smaller tables surrounding the emperor, where nobles were seated by rank. They had missed the opening ceremony, and most of the people were already drunk and dancing or chatting near the seats. The nobles who had brought their familiars were sober and flaunting them. She was amazed by all the different creatures roaming around freely. They were in all different shapes and sizes, birds circling around their masters, while animals such as horses of different colors or bigger dogs relaxed in the lawn. Celine was disappointed to see that the emperor hadn't summoned his familiar. He was currently enjoying himself with multiple concubines and not acknowledging his subjects. The first emperor's familiar had been a phoenix, while his son inherited a dragon. The royal family was known to possess the most powerful animals, yet no one knew what Emperor Michaeli's Ai's familiar was. Why does the emperor not reveal any information about his familiar? She whispered to Xaden. Probably because it is weaker than the previous emperor's. He whispered back. His reasonings made sense. If his familiar was considered feeble and frail, the royal family's image would plummet. Sir Vigos would definitely overthrow him for that reason. Selene observed Sir Vigos and Lady Yasna, who both appeared reserved and daunting. They were flocked by nobles, and Lady Yasna stroked her bunny familiar while a large eagle sat perched on Sir Vigos' shoulder. Their high social status was evident through their prideful facial expressions. If it wasn't for her friendship with Yasna, Selene would have deemed them as pretentious and too greedy. Lady Yasna might appear haughty and proud, but she was actually a soft-spoken person who was completely infatuated with her husband. She wanted to appear strong for him, and Selene held a certain level of respect for Yasna. She was also the only other noblewoman who wasn't shallow or materialistic. Selene also couldn't help but notice Xaden growing increasingly stiff next to her. His gaze was fixed on the floor, deliberately ignoring everyone else. His ominous presence held everyone back from approached Selene. They could only bow and quickly turn away, stealing glances at her every so often. When Lady Yasna recognized Selene, her proud expression turned soft with familiarity. She smiled and approached the duo. "Lady Selene, you are as gorgeous as always." Yasna bowed deeply and gave a formal greeting to the second prince, who remained expressionless. "Good evening, Your Highness, the second prince of the Zionate Empire." "Lady Yasna, it is always a pleasure to see you. You are glowing today." Selene smiled with excitement. Yasna wore a cream-colored gown embroidered with rich colors, and her brown curls was tied back into a gorgeous updo. Her complexion was healthy and tan, appearing sun-kissed and dewy. "I missed you so much. It is so boring without you in our social gatherings. Please visit soon." "You know how I feel about those gatherings." They giggled in secrecy. "I will send you a private invitation where we can chat." Lady Yasna burst out laughing and held her hand affectionately. "I will surely come by and visit. Despite the rumors, I believe you look more lively and refreshing. I wonder what the reason was for this change." She raised her eyebrows and suggestively peeked at Xaden. "Yes, I wonder why." Kalina seems to have gotten very close with the second prince. Sir Vigos appeared next to Lady Yasna and gave a polite bow towards the second prince. Xaden, who had been quietly observing the two friends chat, looked up to see Sir Vigos' calculating smile. His smile filled with hostility. Selene seemed to be frozen in place, unable to respond to the sudden remark. Lady Yasna's complexion paled as she became flustered. "Sir Vigos, it seems that you interrupted the mood between two friends who hadn't seen each other for a very long time. I am merely an escort for my brother's fiancée and keeping her company as a future brother-in-law. That is all." Xaden finally spoke, finally breaking the tension. His smile was filled with hostility. "Yes, as the second prince, may I introduce you to some of my closest connections? We are all closely acquainted." Xaden nodded and excused himself without glancing at Selene. The women watched the backs of the men walking away and entering a crowded circle. Celine furrowed her eyebrows, wondering if Xaden would be fine without her. Yasna was red with shame, and she looked guilty. "I apologize, Lady Celine. I shouldn't have made such an absurd remark that could cause misunderstandings. Please forgive me. It is all my fault. My husband can be too much sometimes. I hope you don't despise him, he means well." "I do not blame you, and you shouldn't speak for your husband like this in front of me. I already know what kind of person he is and understand where he's coming from. I don't particularly resent him for his ambitious agenda. I'm just concerned for Xaden. He has never interacted with such a large group before." Celine bit her lip and watched Xaden become engulfed by the towering men. She couldn't even see him in the crowd. Yasna heaved a sigh in relief and continued to grasp her hand. "You don't need to be by him all the time, Lady Celine. It will only fuel the rumors of your affair with the second prince. I am sure he will be fine. After all, the second prince has taken lessons from his tutor and learned how to conduct himself well." Celine widened her eyes and became dumbfounded. "Affair? Is that what everyone thinks? You should already know I would never start an affair under everyone's nose. He is like a little brother to me, nothing else." Lady Yasna gave a confused look, then realized the situation and smiled as if she had discovered a secret. Oh my, it was all one-sided, she thought, pitying the second prince. When Lady Yasna was whisked away by her friends, Celine was left alone in her respective seat. She observed her friend mingling with the nobles, and Xaden engaged in a proper conversation with Sir Vigos. She turned her gaze away and took in the scenery around her, smiling wistfully. The smell of the bonfire combined with the merry ambience and shiny decorations reminded her of Christmas. Before long, a foreign man approached her. "You are beautiful, my lady. What is your name?" He resembled a French man with his style of clothing. His blue eyes and blonde hair made him stand out like Celine. His smile would have even been beautiful if his teeth wasn't so rotten. "My name is Kaylina, and you are?" she asked politely. "I am Francis, an ambassador from the country of Dax. I noticed you sitting alone and couldn't possibly let a lovely woman feel left out. May I ask for a dance?" Francis held out his hand and was met with a sharp slap from a shorter boy. As her escort, I promised to dance with Kaylina. Francis' eyes flared with anger until he saw the murderous intent in the boy's eyes. Francis was immediately overwhelmed with fear and inauspicious thoughts. His instincts told him to leave the scene, or else he would never be able to return home in one piece. "I sincerely apologize, my lady. It looks like you are taken for the night." Francis bowed his head and quickly left the pair alone. On the other hand, Celine was shocked by Xaden's darkened expression. "What was that for?" she asked. Xaden continued to ignore her questions and pulled her towards the dancing crowd. He placed one hand on her waist and the other on her hand. Although she was slightly taller, he led her gracefully, his movements swift and precise. He tightened his grip and released her, allowing Celine to twirl gracefully out of his arms. As he pulled her back into his embrace, her rosy scent filled his nose. They were dancing in their own world, in a state of bliss. It would be a memory they would never be able to forget. Celine felt like she was dancing like the protagonist in the Nutcracker movie. She laughed and enjoyed every moment of the dance. She started to feel awkward looking into Zayden's eyes and decided to strike up a conversation. "I saw you talking with the other nobles. You did well. I am proud." Didn't Sir Vigo's look ridiculous with the bird randomly resting on his shoulder? It was so unnecessarily big. Personally, I believe Lady Yasna deserves so much better. She's so beautiful and wonderful. As Celine rambled on, Zayden continued to drill holes into her eyes, continuing to remain silent. His head buzzed with countless of questions and petty remarks. Who was the man who approached her? Did she think he was attractive? Was she attracted to men with lighter features like her? If he hadn't intervened, would she have accepted his request? The second prince furrowed his eyebrows, but he erased the questions away. They were all needless worries. Who was he to be jealous when Celine belonged to his brother? His feelings were dangerous and would only harm her. But still, his heart desperately yearned for her. Even now, his eyes were blinded by her stunning beauty. The gold and silver colors on Celine reminded him of a moon embracing the sun. Every night, as the moon rose high into the sky and further away from Zayden, his heart would continue to break a little more. It would be better to give up on reaching for the moon and ignore it. If he did give up, maybe his heart would slowly heal and he could continue to live normally. But Zayden couldn't live without the moon. It was the only source of light in this dark world, the world that had abandoned him. He could only watch the moon climb higher and bask in its luminous light. After all, the moon did not belong to Zayden. She belonged to the world. Mothers. From the distance, the emperor saw the dancing pair and frowned. Zayden and Celine left the ball earlier than the other guests and quickly returned to their quarters to wash up. They met on her balcony, and Red flew them towards the top of the dome again. This time, they were dressed very warmly and wrapped around in a thick wool, while their body heat also gave them warmth. "You know, Zayden, you looked the most handsome tonight." Celine looked at the lively courtyard below, then her gaze rested on Zayden. Her eyes were clear and filled with honesty. "Really?" Zayden widened his eyes and his cheeks turned red. He still couldn't believe what she had claimed. Not only was he somehow attractive to her, but he was the most beautiful in her eyes, more than the blue-eyed foreign man. "Of course, you look perfect. I don't like men who are too tall and muscular." Celine gave her honest opinion and didn't realize that her words were misunderstood. She was stating how her preferences had always been lean men with a pretty face, even in her past life. She had forgotten that Zayden was the only skinny nobleman in this empire. "Do you prefer me over all the other men?" Zayden asked quietly. His cheeks were burning and he felt lightheaded. Celine realized her mistake and decided to not answer. He would probably forget what she said and not think deeply since she was engaged to Laith anyways. They watched as the adults continued to dance and drink in the courtyard, while the music played cheerfully. When the emperor retired for the night, the crowd slowly dispersed and the wintry night became silent again. Just then, Celine felt a cold drop on her nose. She looked up to see white droplets of snow. She looked up at the sky in disbelief. It had never snowed during the 14 years she had lived in this desert. "Zayden, look, the first snow," Celine exclaimed. She laughed and cried with joy, reaching out her hands and enjoying the icy kisses on her cheeks. The snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, and Zayden also observed the scene with wonder. The first snowfall is very important. If you are with someone you love during the first snowfall, they will be together forever. Celine felt nostalgia, and her sentimental mood made her shed uncontrollable tears. She couldn't stop crying because she missed her home. She missed setting up a Christmas tree and grabbing coffee with her husband. Celine didn't notice Zayden's overly joyful expression as she continued to cry in bed. She laid down on her side and let the pillow soak in her tears. As the sorrow had slowly dissipated, she felt Zayden's warm hands tightly embracing her waist from the back. He lay closely against her back, and she was alarmed to feel a bulging rock against her lower back. Celine then decided this would be the last night Zayden would be allowed to sleep next to her. He's hitting puberty already. Celine was going to turn 16 in a couple of weeks. When she reached this tender age, she would be considered an adult within the Zionite society. It was strange to think how fast time had passed. The war with Krasja had finally ended with the Zionites' victory. The crown prince and his soldiers were currently marching throughout the empire to display their win before returning to the capital. The streets of Nur became busy preparing for the grand return of these men, while the palace hurriedly made preparations for the upcoming ball in honor of Laith's return. The army was scheduled to return in a few months' time. Celine didn't know how to feel, while Zayden had become more gloomy these past few weeks. To relieve the stress, Celine and Zayden paid a visit to the night bazaar. They were disguised as commoners and had covered their heads with a shawl. She held onto his hand tightly as vendors and merchants flooded the streets. The market was bustling with life, and the air was blurred with smoke from the grilled meat. They first passed by a merchant selling rare jewels and accessories. Celine carefully observed the exquisite rings and decided to pick one for Hala. She carefully lifted a ring crafted with rubies and tossed the seller a couple of gold coins. She further led Zayden down the path and became entranced by the textiles hung all around the streets to display their designs. They tried to avoid running into the carpets as they walked past, reminding her of a maze. Celine was entranced by the rich colors and designs that were nearly priceless in her past world. To witness this piece of history in person astounded her. As she was lost in her thoughts, she loosened her grip on Zayden, and they naturally separated from a big carpet blocking their path. She reached out and traced the detailed tribal patterns in wonder, and met Zayden's golden eyes again once she left the maze-like area of the market. As their eyes instantly met, they blushed in the deepest shade of red. Zayden and Celine were filled with adrenaline, unable to contain their excitement from experiencing time outside of the palace. Their hands intertwined as they finally reached the food vendors. After stuffing their stomachs with various foods, they watched street performers dance. Eventually, the dancers pulled Zayden and Celine into their circle. At first, Zayden vehemently refused and planted his feet on the floor. Celine laughed and dragged him along anyways, and she took his hands as she twirled around, let her body follow the performer's movements. Xaden continued to stand awkwardly and watch her dance until he finally caved in, and they were both laughing and dancing. No one seemed to pay attention to these children covered in darker clothing. It was then Xaden felt an ominous stare piercing the back of his head. He turned around to see a young, handsome man glaring at Celine. Although the stranger's face remained neutral, his eyes betrayed him. It was filled with hurt. Xaden frowned and thought it was the blonde man who had approached Celine at the last familial ball. Then he realized that this man was far taller, sculpted, and his blonde hair seemed more silky. Xaden froze as he met the stranger's golden eyes filled with anger and betrayal. Golden eyes that resembled Xaden. The Crown Prince. Before he could observe any further, the stranger disappeared. "What's wrong? Why'd you stop moving?" Celine asked in confusion. Xaden broke off from Celine and ran to where the man had just stood. Celine chased after him in a hurry. "Wait, where are you going?" she panted. "What does the Crown Prince look like?" "Huh, what? What does he look like?" Xaden's eyes seemed to be in a frenzy, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. "Blonde hair and golden eyes like yours. Why?" Xaden looked into Celine's eyes for a moment and let out a sigh, shaking his head. "It was nothing. I must be too worried. I'm seeing things now. He couldn't possibly be here." "What are you saying? You probably just saw a foreigner. He's coming back from Krasja and then touring the entire empire. How would he be able to come back this quickly?" Celine raised her eyebrows. "And also, what are you worried about?" "It's something you can't fix." He walked past her and headed back towards the palace. Their fun night had finally come to a close because it was getting late. Celine tried to catch up to him as they walked past the vendors. "What do you mean?" As she continued to nag and ask questions, Celine felt even more annoyed. "Let me at least try and help you." Xaden stopped walking and drew his face closer to hers. He had grown taller, and now they reached the same height. This made Celine feel strangely nervous. He looked older than a 13-year-old. "Do you really want to help me?" Yes." "Let me sleep with you tonight." Celine widened her eyes and felt her cheeks grow warmer. "What? No." "Why not? We always slept together when we were younger," he said shamelessly, smirking at her flustered facial expression. "It's improper to sleep in the same room because I am 16. We can't. You don't get nightmares or assassination attempts too, so why should we?" "Because I want to bed you." His smirk grew bigger. What a shameless thing to say as a 13-year-old. Who taught you? Don't say things that will make people misunderstand. I'm engaged. She stomped away from Xaden, whose playful smile had turned into a dark, unreadable expression. As they walked separately to their respective rooms, Celine was filled with unexpected giddiness. Her heart fluttered and her cheeks reddened. She laughed as she recalled what Xaden had shamelessly said. He'll definitely be breaking hearts in the future. Emperor Michaelis, I invited Celine to his private quarters later that night. The emperor's personal servant barged in apologetically and urgently ushered Selene out the door. Because of the sudden notice, she had no time to layer her clothes and had to wear her loose-fitted nightgown. Hala gave Selene a panicked expression. She couldn't voice her concerns because it would only add on to the lady's stress. She looked on helplessly and trailed after them. His Majesty wishes to see Kalina alone, the servant explained. Why was the lustful emperor calling for Selene so late at night? She shivered, anxiously wondering why he couldn't have waited until the morning. Be careful, my lady. I will go tell the second prince right away and see if... No, don't tell him, Hala. Whatever happens, don't tell him. Selene gave her a grave look. She did not want to make a bigger deal out of this situation and involve the second prince. As they reached the emperor's quarters, the guards announced Selene's presence. The room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere seemed heavy with incense. Despite the alluring surroundings, the atmosphere was tense and eerie. Alone with the emperor in his chambers, Selene felt increasingly uncomfortable and stifled in this intimate room. Good evening, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the great Zionite Empire. The emperor was flocked by 2 concubines on both sides of his bed. They were beautiful and curvy, wearing nothing but gold bangles on their arms. He straightened his back at her formal greeting and smiled strangely. She ducked her head and bowed. Princess Kalina must have been very worried over why I summoned you at such an unforgivably late hour. Selene shifted her gaze upwards. How was she supposed to respond? But I have some urgent news. Your father will be returning with the crown prince. He's the greatest general and my closest companion. I entrusted him with my son while he gave me his daughter. Dennis Villiga wanted me to send my best regards to you, he announced with an impartial tone. Selene was stunned. For 15 years, she had never asked about her family, nor particularly cared. She already knew she was abandoned and didn't want to cross paths with her biological father. In her past life, Yeonwoo's father had also abandoned her. Therefore, his return and sudden presence made her uncomfortable. Even their family name was foreign to her. He took a second wife and gave birth to more children. They arrived to the capital today and requested a meeting with you. Would you like to meet them? Ah, this was why I was called to his chambers. His second wife must wanted to see me. Am I required to, Your Majesty? The emperor slightly raised his eyebrows as a concubine giggled into his ears. No. Then I would like to refuse the request, Your Majesty. I have no desire to meet them. This imperial palace has become my home, and I would rather remain here. Selene bowed again, avoiding eye contact. The emperor laughed ridiculously. Yes, indeed, you would like it here. I am sure you have someone you wouldn't like to part with. Selene gave him a confused look. Lately, you have been rather close to the second prince. Don't panic, Selene. It's just a question. You have nothing to be ashamed or guilty about. Yes, he is like my brother. She raised her eyes to display her innocence. Yet, she couldn't help but feel dizzy and lightheaded. The concubines laughed and mocked her last word. She said, "He's like a brother, Your Highness. Poor Xaden. Should I go comfort him?" The concubine with long, curly hair seductively caressed the emperor. Selene wanted to avert her gaze from the nude woman in front of her. "Do you think siblings cannot marry each other?" The second concubine snickered. She was less beautiful, yet more calculating and haughty than the other. "I wonder how the crown prince would feel if he found out that his woman was seducing his Krastian half-brother while at war with Krastia." Selene coolly peered at the three lustful adults in front of her and wanted to let out a curse. She was offended, but she remained silent after observing the emperor's piercing stare. Before she could think of a way out, Selene suddenly felt a protruding presence appear behind her. When she turned around, she stood face to face with a gorilla that stood taller than her. To say it precisely, she was half the height of the gorilla. The stocky animal stood with his bulging arms and broad chest covered in dark fur. Its breath was hot and foul. Maybe it was because she didn't expect to see such a hideous beast towering behind her, but Selene trembled uncontrollably. The emperor had suddenly summoned his familiar. It was an unnaturally huge gorilla. She stuttered and started to back away. The familiar grabbed Selene's neck and lifted her into the air. She thrashed around and kicked nothing but the air as the gorilla took her closer to the emperor. "It would be rather exciting if you could show me how you seduced the second prince." He smiled, scanning her body and lingering his lustful stares on her chest. She lifted her arms to pry open the gorilla's fingers fastened on her throat, but the familiar only gathered her arms on one hand while the other grasped her legs and pulled them. Selene screamed as she felt her body getting stretched. "Place her on the bed," the emperor ordered. Selene didn't know when she had been tossed to the bed. Her head was ringing, and her body was numb from the gorilla's powerful grip. Her vision was blurry, and she faintly felt the hands of the concubines tear her nightgown away, while the emperor roamed her body freely with his hands. Selene's heart sank as she realized no one would come save her. Am I going to be raped? Was Kalina raped in her past life? She grit her teeth, and an onset of fear overwhelmed her. Her heart was pounding while her breath became haggard as if suffocated. Unable to move from shock, her body started to shake and become deathly pale. The concubines continued to grab and pull at her arms, sucking and biting on her skin. Meanwhile, the emperor aggressively pressed down on her skin and kneaded her chest. Before his hands could slide further down, a guard called for the emperor. "Your Majesty, there's an urgent letter from the crown prince. All the court officials have been summoned to the palace as an emergency." The emperor was annoyed but curious as to what the crown prince had to say. He tossed her away and dismissed the concubines before he walked away to the courtroom. Xaden sat on a window ledge, observing the starry sky from his small chambers. The night sky was vast and seemed to have endless possibilities. The night felt young, and Xaden reminisced over his time with Selene. He smiled slightly and changed his gaze to his mother's pavilion. The structure was foreign and different from all the other buildings in the Zionite Empire. Somehow, it was still special and the most beautiful haven he cherished. Previously, he had hated the garden because it was a gift from his father. But now, it was a place where he could happily meet with Celine. He began to appreciate the flowers his mother had loved so much. Earlier in the evening, Xaden had happily danced with Celine. The way he held onto her waist and lightly grabbed her hand was electrifying. Did she even notice how tense he had gotten from the nervousness? She was beautiful, and he couldn't stop thinking about her smile. The genuine smile she only gave him was soft and full of warmth. His heart squeezed again as he realized his feelings had grown deeper. How was that even possible? As if he had been waiting for her appearance, Xaden saw Celine crossing the bridge. He frowned. Something felt very odd. Why did her nightgown look so torn? Why was she running so quickly as if she was chased? He jumped off from the windowsill and sprinted after her. Celine found herself in the Crastian pavilion. She gave a brief look at the pretty flowers that used to comfort her when she missed home. I want to go home, but this is my home, Celine thought bitterly. The hibiscus flowers didn't relieve her anxiety and even made her feel even more feverish. At that moment, nothing could soothe her. She was on edge and agitated, wanting to do something to calm her restless heart. Without a second thought, she jumped into the stream underneath the bridge. The icy cold water immediately distracted her for a second, because another panicked thought evaded her mind. Will she die here from drowning or frostbites? Just then, a hand pulled her out from the freezing water, and Celine was met with reality again. She blankly looked at her savior, and tears started to form in her eyes at the familiar person in front of her. Xaden, Celine croaked out before submerging herself in tears. Xaden tightly embraced Celine's crumbled, wet figure. He watched her silently and covered her bare skin with his hands. Her disheveled appearance and ripped dress was obviously done by humans. He froze when he noticed the dark, purple marks along her wrists and legs. He panicked inwardly and pushed down his fury. His face twisted in anger. Xaden was going to kill the person who dared lay a finger on Celine, but focused on comforting Celine, who whimpered and cried in his arms. He gathered her into his arms again and held her against his beating heart. He gripped tightly and whispered words of comfort, promising the slow, painful death of the thugs who touched her. Red also appeared from Xaden's shadows and pressed his warm nuzzle against Celine, giving her body warmth. As time passed, Celine felt exhausted from her panic attack and all that running. Xaden easily picked her up as she fell asleep. When he set her down on her bed, Hala was waiting with a tear-stricken face. "My master," the Emperor suddenly called for her late at night. "Celine didn't want me to tell you, but I knew something would happen. I run straight to you and disobeyed her orders." She cried and gathered herbal paste. As Hala quietly changed Celine's garments and cleaned her body, Xaden applied ointment to her purple marks. She even had marks on her breasts. His face was ugly, and Hala decided to apply the medicine instead. Xaden was so disgusted with his father and thought of million ways to kill him. He was ashamed. How can such a monster be Xaden's father and the Zionite Empire's leader? "I'm sorry," Xaden whispered in Celine's ear, stroking her silvery hair and pulling away in guilt. The person who had hurt Selene was his own blood. He had experienced many misgivings in the imperial palace. He had never been as resentful and infuriated as he was today. From this day onwards, the second prince began to vividly hate the Zionate Empire. Back in the main palace, the emperor held the crown prince's letter in amusement. The crown prince requested to bring back a woman as his concubine. During the next few months, Selene became too scared to leave her room. Although the panic attacks had subsided, the after effects of anxiety presented itself. Her body became physically weaker, with her muscles frequently sore and aching in pain. She had also lost considerable weight while losing interest in her usual hobbies. How could she feel comfortable when the emperor of the Zionate Empire had almost raped her? She was also residing in his own home. Fortunately, the emperor had been forced to attend political meetings and prepare for the crown prince's return. He had never called for her again. Selene also decreased her presence by remaining in her chambers, only leaving to visit the secret pavilion with Xaden. The second prince was her only source of comfort during this period of time. When he was by her side, her worries seemed to lessen. Practically speaking, Xaden's familiar was stronger than the emperor's. If need be, the second prince would be able to burn down the palace. This thought alone would immediately soothe her, and she just had to stay out of trouble until the crown prince returned. Emperor Michaelis, I wouldn't recklessly assault her again if Leith came back. As she gradually recovered from her shock, Xaden finally spoke to her about the incident. I'm sorry, Selene. His eyes were filled with unspeakable pain and grief. He had been self-lamenting and hatting his own blood. Even now, Xaden could barely meet her eyes due to his shame. Selene, who had been sitting next to her wooden desk, grasped Xaden's face with both of her hands. She pulled him close and forced him to face her. Xaden, you aren't responsible for your father's detestable actions. You are not your father, nor can you speak for him just because he's related to you by blood. You are your own self, with separate notions and values. There are many stories where tyrannical emperors give birth to children who go down as the wisest and most innovative emperors in history. So don't apologize. I don't need it. Stop feeling guilty and look at me. Selene gave Xaden her sincerest smile. But I wasn't next to you. His eyes reminded her of a puppy's droopy eyes. Then be next to me in the future. Selene paused before continuing. She patted his head, and they smiled at each other lovingly. It was a beautiful, pure scene of two people appreciating each other's presence. This world was cruel and dark. Selene was scared, but not lonely. She would never feel lonely anymore. Selene had experienced multiple setbacks, but she had overcome her struggles. She didn't want to be anxious and broken, but being a strong, courageous person was also difficult. But if she didn't strive to better herself or remain headstrong, Selene feared that she'd fall apart. Nothing scared her more than drowning in a state of helplessness. Thus, she told herself to be mentally strong and remain positive, to grow as a person and persevere. Over time, her struggles had been made beautiful. If she hadn't suffered or experienced this pain, she wouldn't be the person she was today. During Celine's recovery, she seemed to completely move on from her past life and calm her anxious heart from the troubles of this life. One day, Celine woke up to the birds chirping by her windowsill. Hala and Zayden excitedly entered her chambers with a big grin planted on their faces. "Happy birthday, Celine." To start off her day, she paid a visit to the pavilion. She was accompanied by Hala, Zayden, and Lady Yasna. They were her closest companions, and there was no one else she'd rather spend her birthday with. As they strolled through the gardens and enjoyed the peaceful morning, Celine suddenly felt a familiar tug in her heart. Oh my! She had been yearning for this feeling since her familiar had left for Krascha. She looked around and finally saw a beautiful dove flying towards her. Draco had finally returned. It was the day of the Crown Prince's triumphant return. The streets were filled with excitement and bittersweet cries. The majority of the crowd were eager for the men's return, yet they were nervous to see how much their loved one had changed. Some didn't know if their loved ones would return. The emperor proudly stood on the beacon of the palace, where they received the best view of the capital. Zayden and Celine stood beside the emperor, while nobles flocked around the imperial family. The second prince made sure to hide Celine from his father's eyesight. He had grown slightly taller than her, and he seemed to wear a grim expression as he worried about Celine. He wanted to hold and squeeze her hand. The crown prince's fiancée stood out despite her simple gown. At the age of 16, she held the title as the most beautiful woman in the world. Kingdoms from faraway countries knew of her beauty. A young woman with the fairest skin, silver hair, and a pair of contrasting gold, purple eyes. She had curves in all the right places, along with a chest that was bigger than an average woman's. Although the Empire was awaiting for the Zionites' return, they stole glances and gawked at Celine's flawless figure. Celine ignored the stares and continued to look onwards. She even ignored her father's new family, who was forced to stand next to her. Her stepmother was pretty and as delicate as a flower. Her son also seemed fragile and adorable. The woman and her son were both timid and also amazed at Celine's appearance. They had greeted her politely, yet the awkward silence lingered in the air. Celine was indifferent to their presence. Instead, she keenly watched the outline of the army grow bigger. When the army finally marched into the gates, the people erupted in roars and cries. The scene below was as chaotic as it was beautiful, like one of those Renaissance paintings she had seen in her past life depicting a king's return. Once again, Celine was in shock to live in and witness a piece of history. She watched the crown prince lead the army in an impressive white stallion. He was the epitome of the ideal Zionite man. A towering, chiseled man paired with golden eyes and hair shined as bright as the sun. Because the war had given him a tough time, he was rather lean and not overly muscular. Although she had hardened her heart from him, she couldn't help but admire his beauty momentarily. Celine had assumed Leith would return from war completely shredded with rough facial features. Unfortunately, Leith possessed a youthful, soft glow as if he had never been through any struggles. There were no lines of wrinkles, and he even had a golden tan. She was truly confused. How can someone look so good after a 7-year war? Next to the crown prince, a woman proudly rode next to him. Selene guessed that this woman was Xavia, the crown prince's first concubine. Strangely enough, she wasn't as nervous or anxious as she expected to be. If she had any attachments to the crown prince, perhaps Selene would currently be humiliated. But she only felt amused and rather disappointed in the crown prince. On the other hand, Draco had returned to Selene. Now she had money, estate, and a powerful familiar to her advantage. Plus, the second prince was on her side now. She would surely never die in his hands. Selene stood confidently, unafraid of the looming future. All that was left for her to do was run away safely. As she watched Xavia ride closer to the palace, Selene thought this woman was rather average. With chestnut-colored eyes, curly brown hair, and deeply tanned skin, Xavia embodied the features of an average Zionite woman. She was neither extraordinary or remarkably pretty like Lady Yasna's earthly beauty. Even the crowd seemed confused by the woman's normal appearance. The young noblemen wondered why the prince a concubine. Compared to Selene, Xavia was a disappointment. Still, taking concubines and mistresses were considered normal in this world. Therefore, the people overlooked this matter. It would still be a jab the future Empress Pride, who hadn't seen her fiancé in 7 years. Where's father? Selene's little half-brother asked his mother where the general was. The mother blushed and lovingly stared at a specific spot amongst the sea of men, holding her son closer. She noticed Selene's stare and quickly schooled her face, pointing out the father of her son. Oren, your father is standing next to the crown prince. Do you see him? Selene particularly thought this pair was cute and loving. She even would have considered being on friendly terms with them if they hadn't neglected her for the past 16 years. Selene had only recently found out about this family through the emperor before he had almost raped her. Her father had given Kaelina to a pedophile and started another family. If her stepmother was truly kind-hearted, she would have reached out to Selene at least once. Now, this new family stood by her side to welcome him home. It was a pathetic situation. Selene was not bothered since she had received the love of a mother in her past life. Still, she pitied the original Kaelina. She couldn't help but feel angry for her. She followed her stepmother's eyes and saw a very muscular man. So this is my father. She examined the middle-aged man next to Laith. He had streaks of gray hair and big, brown eyes. His eyes were dark and baggy from the war, but he still seemed somewhat expectant of something. He looked up and met Selene's eyes. She averted her gaze, nothing much to look at. I must have gotten all of my looks from my mother. She looked away, since there was nothing to see anymore. She emotionally detached herself from this parade. In the end, Selene never smiled once during the crown prince's return. Eventually, the crown prince finally reached the palace, where the emperor and his closest advisors stood waiting. He gave a deep bow to his father. I have returned with victory, your majesty, the great emperor of the Zionite Empire. Michaeli's eye, although Laith's expression was smooth and calm, Selene noticed the hostility in his eyes. It was the bitter resentment of a son towards his father for sending him off to war when he was only 10 years old. Glory to the emperor. Long live the Zionite Empire. The army followed in suit and kneeled. Everyone seemed tired and dejected. The soldiers were heavily devoted to the crown prince. They even felt Leith's discomfort and resentment. The chances of the second prince dethroning his brother became slim. Even Sir Vigo, Michaely's closest advisor, seemed to realize that the crown prince had become stronger and gathered more support, not to mention how well he had grown. Selene was further confused by the crown prince's blatant ignorance towards her. He hadn't even given her a glance or greeted her. This sign of disrespect would trigger gossip amongst the noble women. Has he really forgotten about our times together? Why does he act so cold to me? Selene thought she would have to figure out her escape plan sooner than she expected. She watched as the story unfolded before her. The emperor welcomed her father and announced a special ball for tonight. Lady Yasna seemed dismayed by the concubine, while Xaden was indifferent to his brother's return, piercing his gaze at Xavia with scrutiny. Ah, the story has finally begun. Authors. Later in the evening, Selene decided to wear a simple, emerald gown to the ball. She thought it wasn't appropriate to appear flashy, so she chose minimalistic gold accessories to complement her dress. She let her hair down and brushed it thoroughly for a sleek, straightened hairstyle. Then, Selene added darker colors to her eyelids to make herself appear more alluring and fancy. Satisfied with her finished look, Selene sent her servants away and waited patiently for her escort. The emperor had previously ordered the crown prince to escort her to the welcoming ball tonight. Unable to refuse, Leith reluctantly agreed. After some time, Selene felt as if she had waited for too long. She finally became impatient. Is he not going to escort me? Shouldn't he at least notify me in advance? Selene grew increasingly frustrated by his tardiness. She was also bewildered by his recent actions. She was sure that he was deliberately ignoring her and wanted nothing to do with her. Did I mess up already? Why is he so cold to me already? A servant announced the crown prince's presence, pulling Selene away from her thoughts. Lady Kaelina Villiga. His Majesty, the crown prince of the great Zionite Empire, has arrived. The doors to her chambers opened abruptly, and Leith stood in his royal attire. He seemed to hesitate before striding into her chambers with full confidence. Selene lowered her head and remained in this position. You may lift your head. When their eyes met, the crown prince seemed to pause again as he took in her otherworldly beauty. She was like an emerald gem, shining with brilliance. Unfortunately, her rosy lips were slightly pointed downwards to indicate her frustration from his tardiness. It has been a long time, Your Highness. Welcome back to Krasja. She finally smiled and decided to closely observe his movements instead. At least you had the conscience to come. Leith did not reply. In fact, there was no hint of softness or warmth in his eyes. The distance between them seemed to have increased by 10 folds, as if their past memories together was only a fever dream. The only evidence of their previously close relationship was the slight familiarity in Selene's gaze. She understood the reasonings behind his estranged actions, as well as this awkward situation. They had been far too young when Laith confessed his love for her in the past. Perhaps their relationship would have flourished if Laith had replied back to her letters during the past 7 years. Instead, they hadn't communicated since his departure. He had suffered the hardships of war while Celine was occupied with her business and newfound friendship with the second prince. Their personality had certainly changed during the past 7 years apart. Frankly speaking, Celine didn't know Laith anymore. She also considered the psychological phenomenon over an adult's inability to fully retrieve memories from early adolescence. She believed that there was a high probability of Laith forgetting most of their memories together, which explained why he lost his former attachment. Celine still remembered his words, since she had been born into this world with the mind of an adult. "You look well." The crown prince finally nodded and seemed to mind his manners. Then he lifted his hand, as if asking for her hand. Celine quickly held on to his outstretched hand as the crown prince guided her to the ballroom. The tense atmosphere made Celine feel awkward. She attempted to strike up a conversation and soon gave up after a series of failed attempts. "Fine then, be awkward. Stay silent." She shifted her focus on the sound of her shoes against the marble floor, wondering why their walk seemed to take forever. The pair finally approached the door to the banquet hall. As the servant eagerly announced their presence, she glanced at Laith and was taken aback to see him silently observing her already. She couldn't pinpoint the indescribable emotions displayed in his expression. She shrugged and looked away. Their grand entrance silenced the ballroom. The soldiers shifted closer to examine their beloved leader's fiancé, while foreign ambassadors wanted to see the empire's most beautiful woman. The women were also entranced by the appearance of the charming crown prince, looking upon Celine with envy. It was clear that they suited each other very well in terms of looks, and the bright aura exuding from both of them was ethereal. Celine was also stunned by the vast amount of people present. Men who had proven themselves worthy of a title during the war had been invited, regardless of rank. Zionet's closest allies wanted to celebrate their prince's return, and the diversity added vivacity to the already loud ambience of a party. The event seemed rather informal as the nobles cheerfully welcomed their sons, while soldiers celebrated their new titles. The venue itself was a work of art. The interior design was heavily decorated with the finest decorations. The walls were plastered with rich, golden patterns and lined with priceless paintings and tapestries. Off to the corner of the banquet hall, there were tables displaying an array of exquisite delicacies. Musicians played their ancient instruments off to the other side. The center stage was filled with dancing and mingling bodies. This ambience made Celine feel rather comfortable and less tense. The crowd bowed and lowered their heads as the crown prince led her down the cascading stairs. Each step was elegant and filled with grace. The crowd parted for them as they reached the venue. The music resumed, yet countless numbers of people still watched the couple make their way to the center. They wanted to witness their first dance together. Laith placed his hand underneath her shoulder blade and clasped her hand with a certain, familiar gentleness. Celine rested her free hand on his shoulder as he led her into a waltz. His steps were fluid and graceful as he even twirled her around effortlessly. Celine was shocked by his skillful precision and dominance that she could barely keep up. The tension between them increased from the intensity of their steps. "You're still a wonderful dancer," she muttered, not caring whether her partner had heard or not. She shifted her focus and started to scan the ballroom room. She became worried when she couldn't find the second prince, who was nowhere to be found. Recently, nobles were spreading vicious words about Xaden. Compared to the crown prince, Xaden was short, skinny, and deathly pale with hair as black as ravens. Despite their contrasting features, Xaden was also hated due to his cold, intimidating appearance that seemed to be filled with arrogance. They threw insults at the second prince, believing he was not worthy of his title. This angered Celine, and she wanted to hide Xaden from the evil gossip. If they knew what his familiar was, they wouldn't dare utter these words again. Sadly, if the people were to discover that the second prince's familiar was a dragon, there would be a bloody fight for the throne. Celine didn't want the original storyline to come to fruition, so she remained silent and grit her teeth. Every insult was an insult to her. At the same time, Leith had been watching her every movement, and he deeply misunderstood. How dare his woman blatantly look for another man right before his eyes? He squeezed her hand, and Celine winced in pain, resting her gaze on him in confusion. He looked more intimidating, and his eyes seemed murderous. I heard you are close to the second prince, my brother." Celine flinched from the way he addressed his own brother. His tone was cold and filled with distaste. She quickly recovered from shock and nodded, realizing that this was the chance to speak with him honestly. "Your Highness, I have been contemplating a lot recently, and I firmly believe that we should end this arranged marriage." Celine didn't notice the crown prince frozen in place and spoke quickly. "Truthfully speaking, we are not officially engaged. The Emperor never pressed or bothered to arrange any documents together. Therefore, we have no obligations towards one another or complicated matters to solve if we end this now. Let us publicly end our future engagement, and I will even leave this palace in peace." She paused before adding, "You will also be able to marry your concubine freely." Celine sighed inwardly in relief and looked past him. She felt as if she had taken a step towards freedom. This offer was extremely beneficial for the both of them. After all, since the crown prince loved someone else, he would also be eager to end their engagement. She was filled with excitement, completely confident that his response would be positive. When she was met with nothing but silence again, she looked up to see his cheeks burning with rage. He released her from his grasp, and they stood in the middle of the dance floor, staring at each other. Leith was trying very hard not to suppress his anger. He wanted to laugh in disbelief. A few onlookers giggled as they watched the two lovebirds. One was smiling with expectation, while the other lover's cheeks were flushed. "Look, they're lost in each other's eyes that they stopped dancing altogether," a lady whispered to another woman. The woman happened to be Lady Yasna, who smiled with satisfaction at Celine's happiness. "No, Lath's unexpected answer stunned Celine. What? But why? She stammered. Did you think I wouldn't know why you asked to end ties with me? Do you really believe I would let you run away from me like this? His words were bitter, and he bore into Celine's eyes. But I'm suggesting this because we don't love each other. Celine still couldn't understand why he was sarcastic and vehemently refusing her proposal. I wonder if the reason why we don't love each other is due to the fact that you love someone else. He continued on. No, because you love someone else. You have another woman, she whispered fiercely. I'm the one having an affair. He scoffed and couldn't resist laughing hysterically. Are you an idiot? Who's the one with a concubine here? Celine wanted to ask, yet she didn't reply. She was nearly gawking. What a flimsy excuse. You want to end our engagement because I have another woman. He burst into laughter. I am allowed to have multiple concubines. What is so wrong about having another woman when every man is like this? Look at my fathers, my ancestors, the men around us. He continued to laugh and spread his arms out wide, as if he couldn't believe her logical reasonings. Celine couldn't help but see him in a different light. Was his ego damaged because I brought up the topic first? Is this really how all men think? At first, Celine was utterly speechless. He had the audacity to keep her when he clearly loved Xavia. What is this man thinking? Why did he bring a concubine? Why did he ignore me so rudely as if he wanted nothing to do with me? Why is he talking like a petty ex-boyfriend? Perhaps, does he? Celine gulped down the lump in her throat and locked her questions away for now. Your Highness wouldn't want Xavia to be kissed by another man, right? I also wouldn't want the man I love to be kissed by another woman. Don't you think it is unfair for me? This is not the only reason why I want to break off our engagement that isn't even official yet. I just don't want to be an empress. She stood resolute, her face grave and serious. Lath felt wronged, if it wasn't for... Before he could finish his words, Xavia walked over to the couple and stealthily slipped her hands onto his arm. Xavia wore a colorful gown embellished with intricately embroidered designs that was rare and nearly priceless in the market. She had adorned herself with the most exquisite jewelry. Her hair was twisted and pinned to the side of her head, while her eyelids were thick with outdated, kohl eyeliner. The concubine smiling softly at the crown prince before her curtsy. Although Celine had introduced a more natural and enhancing style of makeup, her cosmetic line never reached outside of the capital. She had never wanted to branch out because her products were handmade by herself. She simply didn't want to expand her business and make more. The men who had returned from war were initially shocked to see women without their usual eye makeup. They needed more time to adjust to this new standard of beauty, although they did not dislike it. Therefore, to Celine, Xavia's overly done eyeliner reminded her of a villainous character amongst the crow of fresh-faced beauties. Meanwhile, Xavia did not seem to notice the difference and even criticized the women inwardly. She believed women were ugly without kohl eyeliner on their eyelids. Good evening, Your Highness. As always, you are more beautiful than the sun. She wrapped her hands around his arms as if she had routinely done this multiple times. Xavia turned her head slightly and faced Celine with unwavering confidence. Although Xavia had innocent, Bambi eyes with a seemingly kind character, Celine could easily see through her facade. Her gentle eyes had slightly widened upon scanning Celine more closely, showing a hint of jealousy. "Hello, Lady Kalina. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Xavia Len." She smiled warmly, although the warmth didn't quite reach her eyes. Celine nodded and shifted her gaze downwards at the jade ring hooked on Xavia's finger. Maybe he didn't forget his promises. He just ignored them. Sighed. Laith noticed Celine's stare that was intensely focused on Xavia's finger. He felt uncomfortable, guilty even. "I wanted to dance with Laith. May I steal him for a dance?" Xavia asked politely, yet she emphasized his name, as if to show how close she was to the crown prince. Usually, this sort of manner was considered rude and often punishable, yet Celine remained quiet. She also didn't care to correct her mannerism in public. Celine faded into the background as the new couple danced. Lady Yasna immediately walked over to Celine and squeezed her hand, and gave her comfort and friendly warmth. "I have no words. I can only say that she is very ugly," Yasna whispered. Celine was grateful for her friend, and even smiled a little. "But I'm not upset because of them. I'm upset because Laith rejected my proposal." She racked her brain as she tried to figure out the cause of the crown prince's strange actions. Did Laith not love Xavia yet? Did he still harbor feelings towards me? Or is it because he would suffer major embarrassment from losing the most beautiful woman in the Empire? She imagined Xaden scoffing at her shameless speculations and shook her head at her own brainstorming thoughts. For now, Celine could only conclude that the Crow Prince wanted to keep her around for an unknown purpose. Then Celine felt a strong, lustful stare penetrating her back. She immediately shivered, reliving the traumatic event from the past. She slowly turned around and her complexion paled. Emperor Michaeli's eyes' perverted smile sent goosebumps up her back. He was drunk, and it was obvious how wanton he had become. Celine had narrowly escaped his sexual assault a while back, and she was deeply traumatized to this day. She had slowly gotten used to his presence over time, yet whenever he stared at Celine with those eyes, her body immediately panicked. She felt suffocated and tightly gripped Yasna's hand to prevent herself from falling into a panic attack. "Celine, why is your palm so sweaty?" Yasna noticed her friend's eyes brimming with fear and gently rubbed her back. "Is it because of the concubine? What's wrong? Why are you frozen?" Yasna didn't know how to handle an anxious person and showered her with questions out of concern. Celine felt as if she was drowning and couldn't breathe. She gasped for breath and was about to run away from the perverted stares when the second prince approached her with a gentle smile. "May I ask for a dance?" "I'm sorry, Xaden, but no. There are rumors that we are secretly in love. I don't want to add fuel to the gossip." Celine declined with guilt. Her panic had subsided from the distraction from his question. She had momentarily disregarded the negative thoughts swarming her brain in order to decide if she should dance with him. She was aware of the eyes observing her every move. If people believed they were in some sort of love affair, wouldn't her previous words to the crown prince be extremely hypocritical? She would also be bombarded by conspiracies and accusations of treason for supporting the second prince. He nodded and pulled his outstretched hand back to his side. Then I'll escort you out of this ballroom. That's no different. Don't you want to get out of here? Prince Zayden referred to her panicked expression moments before she had arrived. Yes, but we shouldn't leave too early. Then let me at least keep you company. He smiled and stood tall, blocking her from the Emperor's view. Celine was immediately relieved and was able to relax again. She was returning to her usual self and even let go of Yasna's hands. A gorilla is strong, but a dragon can breathe fire, Celine reminded herself. She continued to think logically in order to feel better and secure. The series of dances accompanied by ancient music continued without any further scandals or incidents. Emperor Michaelis, I presented his welcoming speech and thanked the gods and wished for more prosperity in the Zionate Empire. Throughout his speech, the emperor slurred his words and often paused as if he had forgotten what he was going to say. Celine cringed with disgust. She was hidden behind Prince Zayden, but she could already imagine how embarrassing the emperor looked right now. The crown prince also expressed his gratitude towards his men and rewarded the outstanding soldiers with land or new titles. His speech was rather professional and sincere. Then the night officially began. Because of the soldiers' presence, the ball was less formal. The venue was filled with drunk men and women, while the servants ushered drinks around the crowd of people. Lady Yasna had returned to her husband's side and mingled with the elites. Xavia stuck close to the crown prince as they were swarmed by countless greetings. Even Michaelis I flirted with his concubines and laughed alongside her father. Celine keenly watched her father's flushed face become more relaxed as he downed multiple drinks. His arms were around his wife, and he truly seemed like a happy man. Zayden and Celine stood in the corner of the room, watching the events unfold before them. They refused to drink and ate food instead. After the meal, they quietly slipped away, hoping that nobody would notice them leaving. Unfortunately, Zayden and Celine couldn't escape the crown prince's watchful eyes. Xavia followed his line of sight and watched the back of a woman secretly leave the venue with a slightly taller man. Her eyes were filled with worry, and she leaned into Laith's ear. She softly whispered, there had been rumors that Celine had fallen in love with the second prince. It seems to be true. She held his hand and interlocked their fingers together. He unknowingly squeezed Xavia's hand too harshly, and she let out a yelp in surprise. Celine stepped into her warm bath and released the tension from her body. As she washed herself, Draco told her stories from his mission. She listened with her eyes closed, allowing his voice to soothe her. She realized that his journey was quite adventurous and with multiple obstacles. Celine giggled as she slightly opened her eyes to see Draco wagging his tail in his small, dragon form. I'm glad he had this experience. It seems as if he had grown stronger as an individual. Scholars were against the idea of familiars parting with their masters, even if the distance was temporary. They believed that familiars should be completely dependent on their masters. If not, the deep connection between the partners could dwindle when the familiar experienced a taste of freedom. They might never return or be killed in the wild. Celine had only realized this unspoken rule when Draco had left. Still, she had never really worried since Draco already possessed a lot of freedom. Celine never restrained Draco and allowed him to do anything he wanted to do. Her familiar seemed to love Krasja and its misty mountains. He had learned how to transform himself into a charismatic Krasjan man, garnering many followers and investments. He managed to buy many estates and land in a remote area not too far from the townspeople. When Draco returned with Celine, they would be able to live comfortably and become wealthy entrepreneurs. Her dreams were slightly out of reach now, since her annulment proposal had been rejected by the Crown Prince. If she left right now, Celine would be found immediately or not be able to live in one place for long. She would always face dangers from moving and worry about royals chasing after her. Running away was simply not an option for now. But since we're not actually engaged, should I leave a message and tell them not to look for me? Would I still be punished since I have no official ties with anyone? Celine wondered aloud. If you run away, I'll follow you. Celine jumped at the serious voice of a 14-year-old boy. She lowered herself into the bath and glared at the second prince leaning against the door frame. Xaden had already cleaned himself and wore loose, black garments. His two-block haircut that was previously styled into a wave was now messy and covered his forehead in long fringes. His narrow chin was especially sharp from his smirk, although his golden eyes seemed earnest. "Get out, I'm taking a bath." He laughed and turned away. "Then hurry up and come out. I've been waiting for too long." Celine felt slightly flustered when she saw the back of Xaden's ears turn red. Xaden paused without looking back. "Let's go to the top of the dome tonight." He softly added, "We haven't been there in a while." "Okay, just wait outside." Through her growing excitement, she decided to ignore the fact that he had invaded her privacy and almost seen the naked body of the Crown Prince's fiancé candidate. Celine quickened her pace and finished washing herself. After she finished drying her body, she stepped into a light-colored nightgown. Celine walked into her chambers and saw Prince Xaden waiting near her workspace, examining the books she was currently reading. That's when Celine realized that if someone were to walk in, they'd misunderstand the situation and believe they were sleeping together. In the future, we won't be able to do this again. It might create unnecessary drama and bring us ruin," she said, walking over to where Xaden was standing. "I know," he replied curtly. There was a slight touch of emotion in his words, however. Celine disregarded his pitiful form. "It's probably because he realized that I'm a grown woman who can't be alone with another male anymore. Sorry, bud, we can't play together anymore." She patted him on the back and beckoned Draco to her balcony. Soon enough, Xaden and Celine sat at the very top of the dome again. They basked in Red's warmth and observed the night sky. They hadn't stargazed in such a long time that the starry night immediately filled her with wonder and a sense of bliss. Her eyes sparkled as the scenery continued to amaze her. My struggles seem to increase day by day, but the night sky remains the same. Meanwhile, Xaden could only stare at Celine as if this would be his last time seeing her. He was relieved to see Celine's genuine smile. He had expected her to be bitter or upset after encountering the crown prince's concubine. Instead, he was met with her optimistic attitude. They sat in comfortable silence until Celine noticed Xaden's piercing stare from the corner of her eyes. He asked, "Are you planning on running away from the crown prince?" "Why do you ask?" "Will you take me too?" "If you would like me to." She grinned. "At first, I wanted to leave peacefully, but there were some complicated matters that I couldn't resolve. Now, I'm not sure if I should wait until the time is right or risk it all and run away." "Why don't we run away right now?" Xaden whispered quietly, lowering his voice. "I'll take care of you." "And hide for the rest of our lives. I don't want to live as a vagabond in constant fear. Our features aren't exactly common, you know. I would like to settle down, start a business, and prosper on my own terms. This won't be possible if I run away." "What if I become the emperor?" He interrupted her, and Celine froze in surprise. "Then I'll be able to leave the palace peacefully, and you'll have to rule this land by yourself." She knew this answer would help prevent Xaden from taking the throne. If she left the empire, he would be alone. He widened his eyes. "But you would be able to live in the palace freely if I'm emperor." "No, life would be more complicated and dangerous. I believe Leith is meant to be the next emperor. I support his future reign and do not want to see a bloody fight for the throne. So please erase those thoughts." She flashed her eyes with a slight warning to let him know that she would be angered if he rebelled. "I thought you wanted to run away because of my brother and father." Xaden felt confused and upset. He couldn't let go of the topic just yet. Celine still supported his older brother over him. He was slightly hurt and wondered what she was truly thinking. "Yes, but that isn't the only reason. I have this unexplainable forecast of the near future. You don't need to believe me, but know that I must leave before I am 18. I also don't want to love a man with another woman. The greatest failure as a husband is infidelity. This is why I don't want to be the crown prince's fiancé. We are also not engaged officially, which I brought up to the Prince Leith while we danced. But for some reason, he refused my proposal. Now, I am afraid I'll have to wait for the opportunity to present itself." She finally leaned against Draco after her long explanation. "What opportunity?" he prodded. "When Leith starts to love Xavia with all his heart and terminates our engagement on his own. Then, I'll accept this change in heart without causing any inconveniences and leave." Celine refused to continue and switched the topic. "So Xaden, if you ever marry a woman, you must never have a mistress on the side. If you do, I will shun you. Marry for love." Xaden blushed, then recovered quickly. "I already know." "I will continue to remind you. Although you agree now, some people always give into temptations. Look at me. They say I am the most beautiful woman in this empire, but my fiancé is meeting another woman. Nobody is safe, she exclaimed. With that, they began to discourse on the idea of resisting temptation. They discussed various subjects until they decided to observe the stars again. Xaden had another question in his head. He couldn't bring himself to ask, for he was afraid to hear her honest answer. Instead, his heart squeezed painfully as he continued to watch this beautiful woman. Celine, would you have loved my brother if he hadn't returned with another woman? Would you ever consider loving me instead? During the next few days, nobles walked in and out of the imperial palace to greet the crown prince. His political presence increased steadily until he gathered enough supporters to take over Sir Vigo's responsibilities. Before Prince Laith's arrival, Sir Vigo's had been managing the Zionate Empire's budget and state affairs. This struggle for power created two separate factions, which consisted of the young nobles who supported the crown prince and the greedy elders who didn't want their power to be taken away. They pushed for the second prince to receive a portion of the crown prince's responsibilities, and the emperor didn't care enough to resolve with this conflict. The second prince also didn't interfere and remained as a bystander. Stepping in to refuse the greedy noble's proposal would hurt Lady Yasna's reputation and social status, which would greatly upset Celine in return. If Xaden did interfere and initiate a fight for the throne, this would anger Celine. Therefore, the two opposing sides continued to clash until Sir Vigo's was eventually forced to step down. Meanwhile, throughout this ongoing turmoil, Lady Yasna paid frequent visits to Celine's chambers in order to relieve her stress. Celine frowned at the appearance of the woman in front of her, who seemed to be quite thin and weak. Her usual aura of grace and elegance had dissipated. Lady Yasna seemed exhausted and drained of energy as she explained her current situation. He's just too greedy for more power. At this rate, I'm afraid that the crown prince will strip our title away and exile us once he becomes emperor. The second prince doesn't even want the throne either. What does he think he's going to accomplish? Celine pushed her seat closer to Yasna and gently rubbed her friend's back. She quietly ordered Hala to bring them a cup of tea with special herbs. Celine attempted to speak as softly as she could. Perhaps he will realize that the crown prince has many redeeming qualities and... Stop being stubborn, Yasna interrupted. He believes that you will help him. Why do you think he lets me visit you this often? She rolled her eyes and continued. I am tired of the humiliation I face every day. The women call me shameless and covetous, while Lady Celine's title is also threatened due to the concubine. How did we become the most scandalous women overnight? Celine smiled and considered her words. She had not made an appearance to the public since the crown prince's arrival. She had rejected many invitations and simply didn't bother showing up to any social functions. After all, Celine believed she would be leaving soon. She didn't voice her future plans to Yasna. Although Lady Yasna was one of her closest companions, she was still loyal to the emperor and was the wife of Sir Vigo's. Celine was sorry for Yasna's situation. However, she knew that Yasna would never abandon her husband. Although Yasna was complaining now, Selene could detect the concern and worry for her husband. What's going to happen to this couple once I leave? Selene bit her lip and didn't want to imagine such a dreadful situation. How can you smile right now? Your claim as an empress is jeopardized. Lady Yasna sipped her tea with disgust in her eyes. The liquid momentarily soothed her mind before she continued in frustration. Your husband isn't an emperor and he already issued a concubine. I am even more concerned for you. Yasna, I am not bothered by the crown prince's personal matters. Selene shrugged as if this was a common occurrence in her life. You may not care, yet there are rumors currently swirling around concerning the change in support for the second prince. Yes, but Prince Xaden will never aim for the throne. Anyways, there are more pressing matters to worry about than this. She brushed away Yasna's concerns, unable to explain how these rumors would actually benefit her in the long run. Yasna was exasperated as she pressed on. What if Prince Laith misunderstands? You'll be convicted of treason. If Prince Laith misunderstood, he would want to end their ambiguous relationship immediately. Selene didn't want to be considered unfaithful, but Prince Laith would have no right to judge her. If the crown prince didn't believe her innocence, it would be his own fault. Actually, Yasna, we were never officially engaged. I was welcomed as a fiancé, yet the emperor never issued any official documents. I don't care what anyone else believes, because the relevant people involved know the truth. Selene, the opinions of other people may hurt you in the end and contort the truth. If everyone hates you, they'll stand up against you with no hesitation. It is better to clear your name. Lady Yasna was worried for her close friend. She could tell that Selene didn't want to be the empress. Although her heart squeezed in pain for Selene's dreary future, she believed that her friend was destined to be a benevolent empress. The throne could only belong to her. Selene was the epitome of elegance, symbolizing feminine power unlike any other women. She was a creator, a smart woman who knew how to bargain and convince a group of people, and her mere presence demanded power and respect. Yasna lovingly admired her friend's beauty. This woman had been abandoned by her own family and become engaged to such an unaffectionate man, yet she still stood confidently without a care in the world. Yasna nodded and reverted back to complaining about her husband's wrongdoings, while Selene listened earnestly and provided sound advice. Later, she sought for ways to clear Selene's name and secretly conspired to push for Selene's return to the social circle. Yasna recalled her first impression of Selene very long ago. Selene's cheeks were pink and lovely as she mentioned Prince Laith. This memory motivated Yasna to help improve her friend's relationship with the crown prince. The crown prince wouldn't be blind enough to choose Xavia over Selene. Meanwhile, Selene felt an ominous feeling and randomly shuddered. Much to Yasna's surprise, there happened to be a gathering for young nobles the following week. Crown Prince Laith and Lady Selene were both required to attend this ceremonial gathering that was held every year. The gathering consisted of a tea ceremony in honor of the first emperor of the Zionite Empire and a prayer session to the gods. The event was also restricted to nobles who possessed the blood of the gods' blessings. The procession was separated by age groups, since the garden itself was not as spacious as the banquet hall. Yasna was especially pleased by this coincidental plan, since Xavia would not be able to attend due to the lack of royal lineage in her blood. Yasna was confident that sparks would fly once Selene and Prince Laith spent time alone. Lady Yasna's mental state improved immensely as she became engrossed with her plans on helping Selene. She was distracted and even forgot about her husband's greedy ambitions for the time being. Her cunning gaze swept the floor as she walked with pride and elegance once again. Selene was oblivious to Yasna's agenda and was delighted to see the positive change in her friend's appearance and regained confidence. She smiled in relief and proceeded to enter a nicely decorated garden filled with the Empire's most symbolic flowers. An outdoor altar was centered in the middle of the courtyard. Marble statues of the gods encircled the area, while the altar was marked with inlays of the first emperor's story. The gods of this time period revolved around Nur, the god who had created the earth and blessed this empire. His brothers and sisters each specialized in certain aspects of the world like other mythologies. This religion was flawed and extremely unrealistic for Selene. There was no solid proof that the gods had gifted them with familiars, nor were there any explanations as to how the first emperor acquired this blessing. The only indicator of the gods' existence was the supernatural familiars who still roamed around the earth. Even then, familiars had become increasingly rare during the past few generations. Selene believed that if the gods somehow existed, then they had already abandoned this world. Therefore, there was no use in praying to the gods who were slowly retracting their blessings away from the Zionite Empire. The crown prince had dictated multiple ceremonies after his return, since familiars were a symbol of hope to the people. He desperately wanted to please the gods and somehow prevent the decreasing numbers of familiars from going extinct. The Zionite Empire will probably face their downfall once the familiars go extinct, Selene conjectured. The procession was carried out in silence. Crown Prince Laith and the second Prince Xaden stood by the altar and lit an incense as a show of respect. There were many goods surrounding the altar as a gift to the gods. Every noble received a cup of tea and drank in solitude. Many closed their eyes to pray individually until the priest finally concluded the ceremony with a final prayer. Afterwards, the nobles chatted leisurely amongst each other. The sound of the ruffled leaves swaying in the wind, alongside the chirping birds, brought forth a sense of peace to the courtyard. As Selene stood near the altar, she observed the peaceful setting and sipped her tea. She listened to the princes speak formally to one another over philosophical works of famous scholars. The contrasting appearance of the two brothers reminded Selene of the yin-yang symbol. One shined as bright as the sun, while the other belonged to the dark night. The two opposing sides standing next to each other in peace was like a cosmic duality. Unfortunately, the tranquility became greatly disturbed by Xavia's sudden appearance. At first, the young nobles had disregarded this concubine who seamlessly blended in with the crowd. Xavia was only noticed when she brazenly stuck to Prince Leith's side and broke the placidity between the princes. The nobles were shocked by this woman who had violated the unspoken rule. The reaction amongst the crowd was extremely negative and scornful towards the lowly concubine. How dare a commoner enter such a holy courtyard and disturb their peace? Even Lady Yasna tensed up before trembling with anger. Yasna was especially livid and wanted to remove her from this event immediately. Shocked by her friend's sudden anger, Selene gently squeezed her hand in concern. Because the nobles couldn't directly confront Xavia due to her close relations with the crown prince, they began to whisper and give her impolite stares. Noticing the strained atmosphere, the crown prince's warning gaze infiltrated the crowd, and the voices were hushed. Unfortunately, it was not enough to stop the noblewomen from giving Xavia snide comments. I didn't even notice the concubine's presence until now. A woman spoke plainly. Her face is quite forgetful since she is a commoner. Many erupted into giggles, and Prince Leith couldn't pinpoint who the voices belonged to, let alone Selene. Look at Lady Selene, then at Xavia. The difference is quite astonishing. Lady Yasna could not help but giggle too, until Selene gave her a warning look. Meanwhile, Xavia's cheeks was crimson from embarrassment. They were insulting her looks and berating her lack of royal blood. Anyone could clearly understand the hidden meaning behind their snarky comments. You don't belong here. Xavia hid her clenched fists and avoided Leith's worried stares by looking downwards. Her soft, brown eyes were brimming with tears. Prince Leith was rather livid. Xaden denounced the women with his inflamed, golden irises. Do you truly think looks are everything? He scanned every woman in the room with disgust. He rested his eyes on Selene for a second longer than others before continuing. Xavia is the fairest in my eyes. She is virtuous, kind, and a breath of fresh air compared to you all. You insult her looks and question her place by my side. Yet you fail to recognize her title as my concubine. You dare question my judgment. Forgive us, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The stunned women lowered their heads immediately, sucking in their breaths from his sudden burst of anger. Because Leith possessed an aura of a soldier, his words carried more force and intimidation, especially for the nobles who had never experienced war. On the other hand, Selene was completely composed, for she had already anticipated his exploding anger. After all, who would want to hear insults aimed towards their lovers? She stood indifferently and glanced at Prince Xaden, whose eyes were narrowed on Xavia in distaste. Selene recalled the original story, where Xavia had managed to earn Xaden's love too. She wondered if that too would come to pass, or whether Selene had changed his fate. Kalina, do you think you're blameless? Selene raised her eyebrows and almost snorted at Leith's derogatory attempt at cornering her. His expression contorted even further as he saw the ridicule in her eyes, as if she was belittling him with only a glance. The lack of respect in her attitude encouraged him to ventilate again. How have you been managing the social circle thus far? You are to take full responsibility and blame for these foolish women who dared to disrespect my woman. Aren't you ashamed of how your influence has increased the noblewoman's incompetency?" Silence filled the garden and even led to some younger ladies to hiccup. The eyes of many were widened in shock by this sudden rebuke towards Celine, who had withdrawn from the social circle for many years. "How will you all atone for your mistakes?" The crown prince looked around and surveyed his subjects. The nobles continued to bow their heads in despair and kneel before him. They realized the consequences of their grave mistake and cowered in fear. Lady Yasna lowered her head, yet Celine had already caught the flash of resentment in her eyes. Although the prince had just shifted the blame to Celine, she couldn't bring herself to kneel along with everyone else. If she did bow, the only people left standing would be the two princes and Xavia. She considered this to be a terrible omen and refused to lower herself. "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for any offense and sins I have committed. I beg the crown prince to reconsider any punishments on this holy day." Celine slightly lowered her head and looked up again. She immediately locked eyes with Prince Laith. "This is a gathering dedicated to our ancestors and the gods who blessed us. The nobles here were only shocked upon seeing a person with no royal lineage attend such an event. However, it does not excuse their critical behavior towards the concubine. I do apologize sincerely in their stead. Please give us grace and mercy." Celine believed that she had effectively communicated with the crown prince and assured that both sides would not feel insulted by her words. She wanted the nobles to atone for their rude behavior and also allow Prince Laith to realize his mistake in bringing a concubine and creating such a scandal in the first place. The nobles nodded from the floor in unison and begged for mercy. "Your Highness, the crown prince of the great Zionite Empire, we beg for your grace and mercy. We apologize to the concubine for our despicable behavior. Please give us mercy, your grace." Xavia's eyes widened, flustered by the sudden shower of apologies. The courtyard seemed to be wailing as nobles begged for forgiveness. I accept your apology, so please stop apologizing." She helplessly looked back and forth between the crowd and Prince Laith. The crown prince seemed to consider Celine's words carefully and thoughtfully looked upon his kneeling subjects. "Kaelina, although your words do hold some truth and merit, you were also a bystander to the discrimination aimed towards Xavia. My mistake is not an excuse for you to bully my woman. Kneel before me and I will give you all mercy by forgetting this day." The people were confused once again and glanced at one another. The crown prince was demanding his fiancée to kneel before him and the concubine. Xavia quickly reached out to grab the crown prince's hand in attempt to appease his anger. "Lady Kaelina doesn't have to apologize to me. She has done nothing wrong and I have already forgiven everyone. Please let this go already." Her actions seemed to worsen Celine's situation. The concubine is graciously asking for Celine to be pardoned. Will the crown prince listen to Xavia? Lady Yasna could not endure such a stab to her friend's reputation. From the floor, she wept with guilt and sorrow. She begged, "Your Highness, the Lady Celine is innocent. She hasn't attended any social gatherings in many years. If anything, we were led astray due to her absence. Chaos ensued as the women defended Selene, who still held considerable power in the society still due to her blooming success in the makeup world. She greatly appreciated the women who stood up for her and was satisfied upon seeing slowly changing future. It is Kalina's duty to lead the social gatherings as my fiancé. Her lack of attendance further proves my point. Did you not join these meetings because of your laziness, Kalina? The crown prince was persistent. He truly wanted his fiancée to kneel before him. Lady Yasna immediately regretted her choice of words and continued to cry helplessly. Thankfully, Selene knew how to end such a tedious conversation. She did not want to reveal this secret until much later, yet she had no choice now. It even seemed as if Xaden would interfere soon. He had been fuming besides her, as if he would call upon Red to burn this whole courtyard down any moment now. Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Laith of the Zionite Empire. Selene addressed this stubborn man in front of her. Why is their incompetence my fault? I have been contemplating your words thus far, and I am rather confused by your allegations. Since when was I given the task to lead the noblewomen? Laith's eyes flashed, and he lifted his arms up as if to stop her following sentence. We're not actually Aang. Enough. The crown prince roared like a lion, and the entire garden seemed tremble below him. I guess you truly don't want anyone to know that we are not officially engaged. Especially the woman you love with all of your heart. Selene smirked in satisfaction as Xavia tilted her head in confusion. She watched as the crown prince stalked off while Xavia trailed closely behind him. The tension dissipated immediately once they left the garden. Although Selene had saved the nobles just now, they avoided her. They believed that it was better to avoid the unfavored woman who couldn't capture the crown prince's heart. As the nobles slowly collected themselves, they fled the scene soon after. Sir Vigos had arrived from Emperor Michaeli's Eye's courtroom. He had been occupied by his work and was unable to attend the ceremony. He was deeply shocked to find Prince Xaden, Lady Selene, and his wife standing alone in the garden. Seeing his wife's shaking form withered on the floor, his expression darkened. What happened? After the following incident, Xavia gained multiple political allies. She had graciously forgiven the people who had previously insulted her and garnered their support instead. They began to neglect Lady Yasna, the elite woman who had led their social circle for many years. Lady Yasna reassured Selene that she was not bothered by this change in social status, yet she couldn't hide her gloomy mood from time to time. I'm more worried for you, Selene. Your image has completely shattered. They talk about how pathetic you are for not gaining the prince's favor. Yasna mimicked one of the ladies who had ridiculed her. She is indeed a beauty, but what's the point when she couldn't even capture her fiancé's heart? Selene shrugged. People had begun to avoid Selene like a plague. They believed that Selene had fallen out of the crown prince's favor and would eventually be expelled before she could become an empress. Her reputation had fallen, while their treatment of her had considerably worsened. This is nothing compared to Prince Xaden's treatment. What infuriates me now is the fact that he had grown up with this constant discrimination. Celine furrowed her brows. She was not confident in her own political skills. Celine had a valuable entrepreneurial foresight. She could accurately predict the future economy and estimate the market demand. She possessed a competitive mindset as a businesswoman and was also an intelligent engineer. Celine had carefully cultivated these skills in her previous life and was confident in this field of work. However, a businessman could never be a politician because they would never be able to place the people's needs first. If Celine had been gifted in politics, she might have allowed Xaden to compete for the crown and overturn history. Xaden was physically powerful and even a prodigal genius. Red was currently the most powerful familiar alive that even surpassed the Crown Prince's lion. Unfortunately, Celine didn't know how Leith had defeated Xaden in the original story and didn't want to risk anything. As she continued to converse with Lady Yasna, Celine started to realize how she could finally discontinue her business. She had accumulated a large sum of money over the years, and there seemed to be no reason to continue her work when Celine would be leaving the Empire soon. Celine also didn't want to provide the noblewomen with any of her goods as revenge for turning their backs on her. She smiled delightfully as she pictured their dismay. However, Celine never would have imagined that these noblewomen would shamelessly harass her servant for more products. On one sunny afternoon, Celine was returning to her chambers when she witnessed Xavia and her supporters berating Hala outside of her own chambers. What is the meaning of this? Celine rushed to Hala's side and covered her from the women. Hala avoided her master's eyes in an attempt to hide her colored cheeks and bruises. Celine's heart became anguished upon seeing her withering form. She carefully allowed Hala to lean on her for support, and then she glared at the group in front of her. "I'm not going to repeat my question twice. Answer me now." The noblewomen were slightly afraid and couldn't help but shrink behind Xavia, who spoke up without a hint of fear. "Lady Kalina, please do not misunderstand our intentions. We personally came to visit the ladies' chambers after our requests for new makeup were rejected. We wanted to know the reason behind this merchant's refusal, but this servant refused to answer us." "How dare a mere servant dismiss us?" A smaller lady chimed in. Celine recognized her as Zahara, one of the first guests she had invited for her first gathering many years ago. "That is because I asked her not to receive any more orders," Celine replied icily. Her anger grew tenfolds as she realized the reason behind their sudden attack. Her multicolored eyes darkened dangerously, and Zahara flinched while Xavia finally stiffened. Celine calmly assessed the other women in front of her with a cold expression. They were her loyal customers who regularly placed orders for Celine's products. She also observed Xavia's recent change in appearance. Her eyelids were brighter after finally letting go of the kohl eyeliner trend. The corner of Celine's lips lifted upwards with a knowing smirk. This slight change in expression offended the ladies in front of her. The women murmured silently to one another, and Xavia took this opportunity to press further. "Lady Kalina, I fully understand how the recent change in events could have been a bitter shock to your heart. Ever since I arrived as the Crown Prince's concubine, I intended to form and maintain a friendly relationship with you. Yet you rejected every invitation I sent to your grace. Even though I am deeply hurt, this is too much. Don't you think it is too petty and selfish of you to deprive others from accessing essential goods? Xavia faced Celine with watery eyes, her eyebrows drooping downwards to express her hurt feelings. Yes, Your Grace. Please do not be like this and let us order the products we need. Your current actions will further worsen your reputation too. Zahara regarded her with a pitiful look. Think about the poor merchant and his decrease in sales. Wouldn't he be upset by your actions? Xavia sounded extremely worried for the merchant, as if Celine was giving him terrible luck. The women continued to criticize Celine, who couldn't contain her hysterical laughter any longer. You don't need to worry about my reputation or that silly merchant. Celine glowered, her smile growing ever so cruelly. Because I am that merchant. What do you take us for? We know that you're not the merchant. Only men can be merchants. How would you make the products with your own hands? Xavia nearly yelled. Her self-righteous attitude seemed to crumble for a moment. Celine shrugged. Don't believe me then. There were rumors of the merchant making an appearance in the night market too. I will directly ask Laith to find him then, since you won't. Xavia persisted with confidence, while the other women seemed to be doubtful. They stared at one another in silence. Then you'll be able to trace him and see that he is only loyal to me. He also knows that only I can provide him with the special ingredients. Celine watched as the ladies trembled with disbelief and amazement. I understand your anger, especially since I won't be providing any products any longer. However, I do not tolerate any actions taken against my people. Next time this happens, I'll take that as a direct insult to the general's family. Her eyes flashed in warning before shutting the door on their dumbfounded faces. She shifted her focus on her servant. I'm sorry, Hala. Celine whispered and quickly moved to treat her. The very next day, Hala rushed into Celine's chambers early in the morning. She lifted Celine's sheets and shook her body awake. Hala raised her voice as she announced Sir Villiga's sudden visit. Celine was barely awake to process Hala's urgent news and slowly rubbed her eyes, blankly staring at the panicking woman before her. My father, she asked before widening her eyes in shock. Hala was saddened by her lady's lack of parental guidance. Even though she had grown to be a beautiful and kind woman, Hala's heart still broke for Celine's younger self. She secretly cursed Sir Villiga for abandoning Celine and not allowing her to experience true love from a family. Therefore, this piece of news had shocked Hala greatly. She didn't know whether she should cry or seethe in anger. She shook her thoughts away and smiled bitterly. Yes, Your Grace. He just sent a letter that arrived today. He will be here in the afternoon. It's too early for this. Celine's head buzzed with confusion and disbelief. He was visiting now. After 16 years, was she supposed to welcome him with open arms? I don't think so. Celine released a heavy sigh, wondering what prompted this man to suddenly visit her out of the blue. I wonder if it's because of the rumors I've been subjected to. She wondered aloud. My lady, perhaps Sir Villiga wants to form a bond with his only daughter. Hala was slightly hopeful. and her innocent brown eyes shined brightly as she imagined Selene forming a close bond with her estranged father. Selene didn't want to disappoint or hurt Hala since she could be quite sensitive. Sometimes Hala seemed to experience certain emotions for Selene, who was indifferent about many things. Selene knew that Hala was depressed for her master, who grew up alone in the palace. Fortunately, Selene was not the teenage girl who desperately craved her father's approval and affection. Selene never considered Serviliga to be her father, especially since she had another family she cherished greatly. She merely nodded at Hala's words and returned to her deep slumber. She woke up late in the afternoon and proceeded to go about her day slowly. She did not prepare for his visit ahead of time and merely received him once he arrived. Selene sat beside Prince Zayden at their designated spot deep within the library. They heard a clamor of shoes against the marble floor and saw Hala rushing towards them. Serviliga is waiting underneath the terrace. She ran towards the pair and beckoned Selene to follow her. Prince Zayden placed his hand over Selene's in alarm, with shock written across his face. She smiled sheepishly. "Oops, I forgot to mention that my father wanted to see me. Exciting, right?" He frowned and gently rubbed the back of her hand. "Will you be okay?" Selene stood up from her seat and retracted her hand from his touch. "Of course. He's so irrelevant to my life that I just forgot to mention it to you." "I'll go with you then." He reached out for her again, but Selene was already walking away with Hala. Although Selene had insisted that she was indifferent to her father, she couldn't help feel jittery and slightly nervous. The palm of her hands sweat profusely, and adrenaline rushed through her head. In truth, Selene never had a fatherly figure in her life. Her father had abandoned her in the previous life, leaving a scar in Selene's heart that was later healed by her mother. She was confused as to why she was overwhelmed by this sudden timidness, and figured that her mind probably anticipated someone like her previous father. It was a pathetic feeling. She saw Serviliga before he noticed her. When he finally turned around, his face only seemed to become increasingly tense. He frowned as if her appearance was distasteful, although Selene was only wearing a simple garment. What a cruel father, to abandon his daughter for 16 years and shamelessly appear before her with a cold expression. Selene narrowed her eyes. Selene felt extremely empathetic for the original character, and was glad that her heart was not disappointed or hurt. She slowly greeted him with a hostile smile. "Hello, father." This label seemed to infuriate Serviliga, whose brown eyes became inflamed. Selene never would have expected Serviliga to utter the next following words, which shocked her greatly. "You are no daughter of mine. You are the bastard child of that whore who betrayed me." His eyes were filled with scorn and resentment, as if he was facing his late wife again. Flashback. Many years ago, Serviliga had fallen in love with a beautiful noblewoman. He foolishly believed that they would raise a loving family and live a long, prosperous life. Blinded by his own feelings, he pampered his pregnant wife and was wholly unprepared by the shocking scandal that would break his heart into millions of pieces. During the middle of a stormy night, Selene was born. The midwife cowered in fear as she presented a baby with silver hair and multicolored eyes to Sir Villiga. Although the baby had just been born, it was clear that this child was not his. His wife's betrayal spread like rapid fire throughout the empire. He attempted to suppress the rumors, for a woman who committed adultery would be stoned to death. Despite Sir Villiga's broken heart, he desperately wanted his beloved wife to live. He still remembered the humiliation and pain he felt as his wife insisted that the baby was his. Just leave with the child. The life in his eyes had disappeared completely, replaced with exhaustion and misery. His tone softened, and unspeakable pain was left in his voice. Leave and live well. I cannot bear to see you stoned, because I still love you more than I love myself. So at least be happy somewhere else. His wife hiccuped and wept on the floor. She lamented, "Please believe me. There must be a reason for why our daughter's hair and skin color is different." Still, Sir Vigos did not believe her. He knew that both of their ancestors did not possess such features as distinct as the baby's. He was also aware of his wife once encountering a man with silver hair and golden irises. However, his love for her was so vast that he embraced her crumbled form and wept alongside his wife. The pain of betrayal and loss of trust was agonizing, yet the pain of losing his wife was greater. His beloved wife never left and remained in their estate, stubbornly insisting that she had never betrayed him. Even if he had forgiven her, the world could not forget the scandal. The very next day, Sir Villiga was called to the palace. He returned home later in the evening to find his wife's cold and battered body in front of his gates. She had been dragged to the streets, stoned to death, then dragged back to their estate. My wife. His legs gave out, so he crawled to his dead wife. He reached out and traced her delicate eyelids. My love, why are your eyes closed? He held her body close and cradled her gently as if she was the most fragile being in the world. No, please. His cries became louder as he screamed hysterically. I allowed you to live with that man. I forgave you. So how could you do this to me? How can you leave like this when I gave you everything? He hurled onto his front gate and eventually collapsed from exhaustion. For several months, he isolated himself in a villa far away and drank until he was numb. Sir Villiga knew that the newborn baby did no wrong, yet he deeply resented her for being the catalyst to his wife's brutal end. He couldn't bear to face her and relive his memories, which was why he gave her to the emperor as the crown prince's fiancée. This was his parting gift to his late wife, who would surely rest peacefully with the knowledge that her daughter was the future empress of the Zionite Empire. As the years passed by, Sir Villiga hardened from war and began anew with his second wife. He forgot about Selene and locked the memories with his first wife into the deepest part of his brain. The only emotions that remained after 16 years was indignation and terrible resentment, which is exactly how he felt as he faced Selene for the first time. Then who is my father? Selene blinked at Sir Villiga. His eyes swirled with spite and intense emotions, standing impeccably tall and muscular. There were deep lines in his facial expressions and terrible scars lining his body. He truly appeared to be a warrior. Despite his appearance, he was trembling as if he had remembered a horrifying memory he had tried to forget for many years. She ignored his frightful glare and continued to stare blankly. "I always wondered why you abandoned me here and continued to avoid me for 16 years. When I saw you marching into the capital, I assumed that I received someone's recessive genes. However, your claim also makes sense. I heard you took in a second wife." She paused before smirking. "Your son is cute." Celine was met with a hard slap from Sir Villiga, who couldn't contain his anger any longer. He was shaking, as if shocked by his sudden rashness, yet his eyes flashed dangerously. Celine lost her balance and fell pathetically. His strength was overwhelming, and her cheeks felt stung painfully. She looked up to see him towering over her with a disgusted look. "You foolish woman. You betrayed the crown prince, seduced the second prince, and shamelessly insulted the concubine using my name. Did you think I would help you?" He bellowed. "You dare mention the heir to my inheritance with that filthy mouth." She instinctively covered her throbbing cheek and laughed at this current situation. "Here I thought you'd be guilty and beg for forgiveness. As expected, you're just a failure of a father who blames his child for his wife's infidelity." Celine was surprised by her own sharp tongue. However, she felt angered by Sir Villiga's immaturity. He had sent an innocent child to the palace and left her alone with a perverted emperor. Now, he returned with a new family and bothered her with such baseless rumors. Her demeanor darkened, and she challenged Sir Villiga with her narrowed eyes as she lowered her voice. How annoying. The general frowned, for he had never been insulted by anyone, yet his illegitimate daughter had clearly called him annoying. He faltered for a second until his entire face became red with anger again. He was about to kick Celine with his foot when a strong force tossed him to the side as if he weighed nothing. Sir Villiga groaned and struggled on the floor as his body writhed in pain. He lifted his head and stifled a scream. A hideous creature loomed over him with a deadly gaze. It was as tall as the roof and was disfigured like one of the rumored beasts from the forest. He quickly called upon his familiar, and an impressive white tiger crawled out of his shadow. Celine smiled slowly, and she gracefully lifted herself up. The monster suddenly disappeared, and Sir Villiga exhaled his breath in relief. Unfortunately, the giant beast had been replaced by a white tiger that was triple the size of his familiar. What the hell? He muttered and attempted to crawl away just as it released a deafening roar. The huge tiger grabbed his familiar by the neck and shook him from side to side. His familiar whimpered until he was finally thrown out of Celine's balcony. Sir Villiga's mouth turned into an O shape as he watched his familiar, who had killed thousands of men in the battlefield, be thrown out like a bug. How? He could only stare at Celine as he slowly realized that the situation had reversed. Now he was helplessly sprawled out on the floor while Celine looked down on him with disgust. Your familiar was a fish. "Oh, Sir Villiga," Celine pouted mockingly as she brought her face closer to him. He frowned as shivers went up his spine. Sir Villiga could see the traces of his first wife in Celine and squirmed anxiously. She smiled maliciously and watched the general crouch down in fear. "You just don't know what I'm capable of." You will be punished." He spit out and immediately gulped. As a general with many years of experience, he could easily compose himself. However, Sir Villiga couldn't mask his emotions due to the memories of his first wife rising to the surface. "Go ahead and try, General Villiga. Let's see if they will believe that a mere noble woman had defeated a general who had gone to war for 10 years. His complexion paled even further as Celine giggled. "I think your reputation will be more damaged than mine." She gently stroked the top of his head as if he was an obedient dog. "You're lucky that you have such a lovely child. I wouldn't want him to grow up without a father, just as I did. It would have been nice to have a fatherly figure for the first time. However, I think I grew up well, so I don't resent you. That is why I am giving you mercy today. Raise your child well, Sir Villiga, and never appear before me again." Her last warning sent shivers up his spine. He was frightened for the first time in his life. What was his daughter capable of? Sir Villiga recovered quickly and nearly ran out of the door. Meanwhile, Celine grinned triumphantly. She had just realized the full extent of her powers. She had defeated the high-esteemed general of the Zionite Empire with her familiar. She embraced Draco and praised him for his strength. "It seems as if everyone here is living in our mercy." Hala had witnessed the entire scene and stood behind the doors with a dumbfounded look. Hala found it difficult to breathe as she secretly watched Celine play with Draco. Her master truly appeared to be a villainess. "You're truly going crazy." Celine snapped out of her thoughts and nearly pinched herself. She was horrified by the wicked contemplations that had almost consumed her a couple of seconds ago. She jumped out of her seat and away from the corner of the small workspace. Celine decided to take a walk in order to cleanse herself from the darkness threatening to overtake her again. She quietly wandered towards the Japanese-style pavilion with a deep frown creasing her forehead. Celine was astonished by how evil a human can be, and she was momentarily scared of herself. "I actually considered murdering a group of people. I thought about committing mass murder, genocide. I'm too comfortable here." She was beginning to normalize murder, and the harsh realities of this world was slowly embedding its way into her moral principles, corrupting them. Celine quickened the pace and sprinted across the bridge until the wind carried her previous thoughts away. Her mind drifted towards her mother and pictured the gentle silhouette of an elderly woman. She picked up a hibiscus flower and reminisced the forgotten past. Celine stared blankly at the flower as if it had lost its special meaning. A fleeting emotion passed over Celine. She was disappointed by the lack of fatherly love in her previous life, too. She remembered complaining to her mother as a child. She had thrown tantrums, for little Yeonwoo had to endure countless embarrassments when her father never bothered to show up for any school-sanctioned events, including recitals, father and daughter dance, or festivals. He had never shown her affection or even looked at her proudly when he was at home. How am I supposed to know how a man should treat me when I was abandoned by my own father? She had drowned in self-pity and sorrow. It was during the time her parents had finally separated. Little Yeonwoo was confused and naively believed that her world was falling apart. Yeonwoo's mother had only apologized, remaining strong for her only daughter. "Why did you apologize, Mom?" Celine whispered and let go of the flower. "Even in this life, my parents are trash. I only have you." Because Celine was occupied by her bittersweet memories, she failed to notice a small child watching Celine from the side of the bridge. Oren had been crying by the bridge because he was lost. He sniffled his tears as he recognized his pretty sister and clumsily waddled towards the silvery figure. "Kalina." His high-pitched yell snapped Celine out of her trance, and she lowered her head to see a familiar, curly-haired boy who barely reached her hips. His doe eyes were puffy as if he had been crying for some time. Oren lightly pulled her garments with a flushed, chubby cheeks. She smiled at his adorable cuteness. "Oren." She wiped the tears trickling down his cheeks with her fingers. "What are you doing here?" "I am lost." He blushed in embarrassment and avoided her gaze. "Oh my, how cute." "Take my hand. I will safely return you to your father." She outstretched her hand and smiled as warmly as she could. As Oren slowly accepted her hand, he became more comfortable around Celine and asked many questions. They were beginning to cross the bridge when he swamped her with his inquiries. "Are you really my sister?" he asked. "Why do you ask?" Celine raised her eyebrows in amusement. "Because you look more like an angel." Celine peered over at Oren, who was completely serious. "Well, you can say I'm otherworldly." She smirked. He tilted his head slightly and turned away in embarrassment because he couldn't interpret her reply. "Do you hate me?" "No, I don't hate you." This answer seemed to brighten Oren up immediately, who had been slightly sullen and hesitant when asking that question. "Even though my mother replaced your mother?" Oren asked earnestly. "Children are too direct and honest sometimes." Celine mused to herself. "I'll like it." "Yes, I hate your father, but a child is always blameless," Celine replied. Oren smiled and jumped up with happiness. Oren's mother had always told him to avoid his only sister. He couldn't wait to tell her that she was mistaken. He didn't press on any further, for even Oren knew that it would be rude to question her further. Instead, he happily admired his pretty sister, who held his hand delicately. He then noticed a red mark on one of her cheeks. "What happened to your cheek, older sister?" "Your father hit me," she replied bluntly. "Oh," Oren frowned and seemed to be flustered by such a response. "I'll scold father for you." "You're not scared of your father?" "No," Oren scoffed. "My dad is not scary at all. He's scared of mommy and listens to me well." "Good." Celine smiled again. She let go of his tiny hands as they neared the front gates of the palace, where Sir Villiga waited anxiously for his son. She pat Oren's head and gently pushed him forward. "This is as far as I will go with you. Walk straight ahead, for your father is there waiting for you. I also think it is best for you to keep our meeting today a secret." "Okay, Sister Kalina. I will come visit again." Celine nodded, then released her hand. Oren gave her a small, final wave before running towards his father's embrace. She hid behind a pillar and watched their sweet interaction. Although Sir Villiga had been poorly beaten, He smiled in relief at Oren's return. His eyes flickered and softened, and he held his son with care. As Celine returned to her chambers, she found herself walking past her door. Her feet refused to enter and continued to proceed towards the second prince's residence. As soon as she saw the familiar face of Prince Xaden, Celine's lips began to quiver uncontrollably. She began to blink repeatedly and eventually couldn't stop the streaming flow of tears as she ran into Xaden's warm embrace. It was as if her defenses had automatically fallen apart at the second prince's appearance. His skinny figure seemed to be her greatest source of comfort. He tightly wrapped his arms around her waist while she buried her face in his neck, breathing in his rosy scent mixed with sweat. Why couldn't our fathers be better? Why couldn't they love us a little more? Celine was never given the chance to reflect over her father's visit because soon after, Draco had returned from his routinely stroll through the capital with disturbing news. The lower class was stricken with poverty due to Emperor Michaelis' negligence. Although Sir Vigos and his other trusted advisors had attempted to minimize the damage done to the empire, their preventative measures were fruitless due to Michaelis' overspending expenditures. The welcoming ball had further damaged the empire's treasury, and the nobles were forced to increase tax on the people, causing an upheaval. As the crown prince took over Sir Vigos' responsibilities, he sought to look for an alternative option and decreased the tax on lower-class families. However, Prince Leith also couldn't stop his father's excessive spendings, and the road to economic recovery was bleak. Meanwhile, the country became exposed to foreign diseases the soldiers had carried home with them. The communicable disease spread quickly, and the dead bodies of lower-class citizens began to pile up in the streets. Draco recounted his memories and detailed the number of deaths increasing every day. The lower class was severely affected the most and completely exposed to the disease. Because the lower-class families didn't have access to nutritious foods, their weak immune system couldn't fight against the epidemic. The middle class began to show signs of sickness, although it wasn't as gruesome as the lower class. Celine knew that if no actions were taken now, it was only a matter of time until these newly introduced diseases would trigger a chain of events throughout the empire and bring deadly repercussions. Celine was enraged as she realized that Emperor Michaelis and the nobles continued to live lavishly while the economy and spread of diseases worsened. Celine was powerless to prevent such a catastrophe as she was repeatedly rejected by powerful nobles due to her current unfavorable position. No one would take a woman's words seriously. However, Celine continued to grow more restless as the death counts increased tremendously by the day. These were deaths that could have been easily avoided if somebody listened to her. Prince Xaden and Celine watered the plants in the pavilion as the cherry blossoms began to cascade down from the trees. Every spring, they routinely watched the cherry blossoms in full bloom every day until they withered again. This year was different. Celine couldn't possibly enjoy such a beautiful scenery. She was overwhelmed with guilt and frustration. She had been living comfortably in her own little bubble the past few weeks while people were suffering outside. She felt a sense of responsibility towards these citizens, for she possessed the knowledge of modern medicinal practice and helpful public health measures. She was burdened by these notions and urges to do something. Xaden sensed her disturbance and carefully asked what was wrong. Celine grit her teeth and finally revealed what was happening to the world around them. This palace is filled with ignorance, and I don't think I can stand by idly while the land rots with the stench of death. She finished her explanation and sat quietly, deep in thought. Prince Xaden was aware of Zionate Empire's current situation, yet he couldn't understand what Celine could possibly accomplish during this atrocity. However, he wasn't doubtful of her capabilities, for she was the brightest intellectual he had ever encountered. Her insight was unthinkable and innovative. Such a person deserves to be an empress, Xaden pondered sadly. He reached out to comfort Celine when she suddenly jumped up. She had suddenly came to a realization and couldn't control her excited body as she hopped in place. Celine had been rejected by all the nobles and hadn't even considered requesting an audience with the emperor for obvious reasons. Meeting with the emperor was her last resort, yet she hadn't taken the crown prince into consideration. She had also believed that Prince Laith would deny her presence, yet she had never actually reached out to try. He was her only source of hope, because the crown prince could implement a law in the emperor's stead. I have to get going. I have to meet with the crown prince. Celine did not see Xaden flinch at her words. She began to walk away in search of Laith when a hand pulled her back. "Don't go," Prince Xaden whispered softly, and his plea strangely sounded desperate. He met her eyes and continued to speak, ignoring her bewildered look. "This is all because of the emperor's lack of responsibility. What can the crown prince possibly do?" "It's better than doing nothing. We all know that the crown prince has been making the decisions for the emperor lately." She attempted to brush his hands away and failed to do so. Xaden still refused to release his grip on Celine and even squeezed her skinny wrists. "Do you think he will be a great emperor?" Celine tilted her head at his unexpected question. "Yes, I know he will be a great emperor in the future, because the book said so." Celine narrowed her eyes as she was beginning to run out of patience. She did not grapple with the reasoning behind his question since she was in a hurry. Celine yanked her hand away and proceeded towards her destination without looking back. She did not see the envy and bitterness in his eyes as she left Prince Xaden for the crown prince. Xaden and Celine had always watched the cherry blossoms in the spring together. It had always been the two of them against the world, yet Xaden couldn't help feel anxious as he helplessly watched her leave. He watched the silvery hair slip away in the distance, and he was unable to say the words to stop her. The crown prince was stunned to hear Celine requesting his presence. He paused for a long time before accepting her into his dimly lit office. It was still early in the afternoon, yet the prince preferred the darker ambience. Celine walked in and bowed slowly, yet her restless eyes darted everywhere. She hesitated, as if her actions had been too spontaneous. Still, Celine managed to lower her head and wait for Laith's acknowledgement. "I greet His Highness, the Crown Prince of the great Zionate Empire." "You may lift your head." Crown Prince Laith watched her incredulously, as if he couldn't believe she had entered his office willingly. "What brings you here?" "Your Highness, since you refuse to let go of our fake engagement, shouldn't you at least act like a proper fiancé?" The couple locked eyes, and Celine paused for a moment. Prince Laith appeared even more bewildered, yet Celine gave him no time to recuperate. "Therefore, in order to save my reputation, let's take a walk outside of the palace." "Don't say such nonsense." He narrowed his eyes and resumed his work. His reaction was quite normal. Celine had never once looked for him or shown any signs of affection towards the Crown Prince. To the Crown Prince, her request was rather suspicious. "Then it's okay for me to leave this empire, right? Since I am not actually your fiancé." Prince Laith looked up again and glared. "If you're going to keep me here, at least treat me like an actual fiancé. My reputation is in tatters, and only you can save it from worsening." She walked closer and tapped the surface of his desk impatiently, even daring to sit on the edge. Celine folded her arms and smiled slyly. The Crown Prince had spent the past 7 years with her father and respected him as an elder. If he were to break off their engagement, it would be a direct insult to the general and destroy his greatest alliance. Recently, Celine had heard that the Crown Prince privately pleaded the Emperor to finalize their engagement and was met with no success. The documents required the Emperor's approval and physical acknowledgement, yet Emperor Michaelis had not officially named Celine as a fiancé despite his promise to the general. The general was not aware of this ordeal and expected Celine to be announced as the crown princess very soon. This had placed a heavy burden over Prince Laith, who did not know why the emperor promised such an arrangement if he wasn't planning on fulfilling it in the first place. When Draco relayed the news, Celine could guess why the emperor would be reluctant to make her a future empress. At first, she believed that Michaelis wanted her to enter the harem as his concubine instead. After meeting with the general, Celine realized that the emperor was aware of her mother's infidelity and most likely didn't want an illegitimate daughter to stain the throne. This would explain why the emperor was willing to break his promise with the general. "Because he knows that the general hates me." Her mother's unfaithfulness had been covered up thoroughly and forgotten over time. While Celine was a newborn baby, the general had killed the nobles who had stoned his wife. Because her father had secretly silenced everyone who knew of his first wife's betrayal, the scandal was soon forgotten. Celine only discovered this after studying the records closely and finding a group of affluent nobles who had mysteriously passed away around the time of her birth. Therefore, the crown prince was not aware of the lack of love Celine received from her father, and proceeded to form a political marriage alliance with the general's daughter. Should I just tell him? Celine wondered. I should probably tell him because he will let go of our engagement then. As Celine had expected, the crown prince was also not aware of the epidemic spreading outside of the palace, because he soon ended up agreeing with her request. We will go once I am ready. He spoke cautiously and became distracted by his pile of work again. Celine quietly watched him finish his paperwork and felt rather awkward. She stood still and observed his swift movements, admiring his flawless character. Prince Leith was truly hardworking and placed his country first. If he didn't have a concubine or harbor ill feelings towards Selene, she could picture herself falling in love with this seemingly wise prince. What would happen if he found out what his father was hiding? She pondered over his reaction. After some time had passed, Prince Leith had finished up his work and called for a servant. "We can go now." He nodded towards Selene, fully aware of her observing eyes. He decided not to comment and asked his servants to prepare a group of guards for his outing. Selene wanted to hide their identities and insisted on having everyone wear a dark, hooded cloak which further delayed their departure. Xavia, who routinely came to visit at this hour, saw a group of dark figures walk out of the office. She could easily recognize the crown prince due to his towering figure, yet she was surprised to see a smaller figure with silvery hair standing beside him. She took a step back in dismay before schooling her expression again. She smiled sweetly and lowered her head to pay respects. Leith, she had only spoken one word, yet her tone demanded an explanation as to why Selene stood next to him. Meanwhile, Selene merely glanced back and forth between the couple. "I'll be waiting at the front gate." Although she smiled slightly, the look in her eyes translated to "I'll give you some time to clear up this misunderstanding with your woman, so you better be at the front gate and not ditch our outing." Selene excused herself and proceeded to walk past Xavia without a glance. She hadn't walked very far when Prince Leith suddenly caught up to her. Selene raised her eyebrows. "You finished the conversation that quickly." She turned around out of curiosity and immediately caught sight of Xavia pouting with displeasure. When Selene glanced at Prince Leith again, he was ignoring her stare and looking straight ahead. Selene sighed deeply to herself. The uncomfortable silence filled the air once again as Selene and Prince Leith made their way towards the towns. The overcast of clouds further stirred a sentimental emotion between the two of them. Selene maneuvered through the bustling crowd with purpose, while the prince and his escorts followed behind closely. The crown prince narrowed his eyes as he noticed how Selene wasn't interested in the market. In fact, he realized that she would never care about saving her reputation and wondered what the true motive behind their excursion was. He grew increasingly tense as he watched Selene disregard the market vendors and continue onwards. "If you go any farther, the market will end and there will be nothing to see. Let's go back," he warned, his tone sounding impatient and irritated. However, Selene kept walking ahead, as if she was searching for something. They entered another branch of the town that was less wealthier. The crowd had completely dissipated, and he could only see peasants and sickly people in this murky area. Prince Leith was about to complain again when hordes of peasants began to surround them and desperately pulled their dark cloaks. "Sir, please give us food and money. We are starving." The beggars pleaded and screamed in pain as they were kicked away by the escorts. Many children surrounded Selene, who was seemingly the smallest and most vulnerable figure. Prince Leith placed a hand on his scabbard when he froze in shock. He took a step back and closely examined the empty town again. He could clearly see the piles of dead bodies stacked outside of each corner of the streets. Peasants with dark spots protruding their skin filled the streets with their moans. On one side, dead children covered the roads. Such a ghastly sight was a shock to the crown prince, who had not been aware of the epidemic taking place not far from the palace. So many children. He staggered, and the guards immediately supported the crown prince. Thankfully, each person was covered with a mask, which shielded them from catching the disease. As he mumbled inaudible noises, Celine sneered at his horrified expression. "Does your majesty finally see the people's pain? Do you finally see your people dying and staining this land with blood right in front of you? While you were hosting lavish ceremonies for the gods and continuing to live leisurely, children were crying for their dead families and abandoned in the streets. Even though the emperor had concealed the epidemic outbreak, you still should have known as a crown prince. How can you be this ignorant and careless?" Celine trembled uncontrollably, unable to hide the resentment towards the crown prince. Leith's eyes became misty as he began to drown in guilt. Leith had always believed that he was stronger and wiser than the current emperor. He never wanted to follow in his father's footsteps, who had only thrown the empire into a state of poverty. He had foolishly taken over Sir Vigo's work and failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a crown prince. Prince Leith had failed to improve the empire's economy and oversee his subjects' well-being. He looked around with grief-stricken face as the weight of his failure pressed him down further. His eyes lingered on the body of a child who was slowly rotting away in an older child's arms. "Hi, everyone. I'm sorry for the slow releases. I am busy with uni, applying for internships, and I am also preparing to study abroad next semester, so the workload has been quite heavy recently. Therefore, I apologize in advance if my grammar becomes progressively worse. Please bear with me."